Hi friends, I welcome you all here at TNB Academy. In this session, we are going to talk about an international standard, ISO 20001-2018, Service Management Systems. Let's discuss about the outcome of this session. After completing this session, you will be enabled to understand all the requirements of ISO 20001-2018, Service Management Systems. Service Management Systems necessary to support the operations of the standard. Before discussing the standard, let me give you a brief idea about International Organization for Standardization or ISO in short. ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, is a worldwide federation of national standard bodies, ISO member bodies. The work of preparing international standards is normally carried out through ISO technical committees. Each member body interested in a subject for whom a technical committee has been established has the right to be represented on that committee. International organizations, governmental and non-governmental, in liaison with ISO, also take part in the work. ISO collaborates closely with the International Electrotechnical Commission (IEC) on all matters of electrotechnical standardization. Now, this document was prepared by ISO, IEC, JTC 1. Information Technology, SC40, IT Service Management and IT Governance. This third edition cancels and replaces the second edition, which is ISO, IEC 20001-2011, which has been technically revised. Let me give you an introduction of the standard. This document has been prepared to specify requirements for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving a service management system, SMS. A service management system supports the management of the service lifecycle, including the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services, which meet agreed requirements and deliver value for customers, users, and the organization delivering the services. The adoption of a service management system is a strategic decision for an organization and is influenced by the organization's objectives, the governing body, other parties involved in the service lifecycle, and the need for effective and resilient services. Implementation and operation of a service management system provides ongoing visibility, control of services, and continual improvement, leading to greater effectiveness and efficiency. Improvement for service management system applies to the service management system and the services. This document is intentionally independent of specific guidance. The organization can use a combination of generally accepted frameworks and its own experience. The requirements specified in this document align with commonly used improvement methodologies. Appropriate tools for service management can be used to support the service management system. Figure on the screen illustrates a service management system showing the clause content of this document. It does not represent a structural hierarchy, sequence, or authority levels. There is no requirement in this document for its structure to be applied to an organization's service management system. There is no requirement for the terms used by an organization to be replaced by the terms used in this document. Organizations can choose to use terms that suit their operations. The structure of clauses is intended to provide a coherent presentation of requirements rather than a model for documenting an organization's policies, objectives, and processes. Each organization can choose how to combine the requirements into processes. The relationship between each organization and its customers, users, and other interested parties influences how the processes are implemented. However, a service management system as designed by an organization cannot exclude any of the requirements specified in this document. Friends, this was fundamental information about the standard. Now, let me start with the requirements of ISO 20001-2018 Service Management System. We shall cover the 10 sections of the standard in this session, and these sections are Clause 1 Scope, Clause 2. Normative references. Clause 3. Terms and definitions. Clause 4. Context of the organization. Clause 5. Leadership. Clause 6. Planning. Clause 7. Support of the service management system. Clause 8. Operation of the service management system. Clause 9. Performance evaluation. And Clause 10. Improvement. So let us start with the scope. According to the subclause 1.1 General, the standard specifies requirements for an organization to establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve a service management system. The requirements specified in this document include the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services. To meet the service requirements, this document can be used by a customer seeking services, and requiring assurance regarding the quality of those services, by a customer requiring a consistent approach to the service lifecycle by all its service providers, including those in a supply chain, by an organization to demonstrate its capability for the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services, by an organization to monitor, measure, and review its service management system and the services, by an organization to improve the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services through effective implementation and operation of a service management system, by an organization or other party performing conformity assessments against the requirements specified in this document, and by a provider of training or advice in service management. Coming to the clause 1.2 application. The subclause 1.2 application states that all requirements specified in this standard are generic and are intended to be applicable to all organizations, regardless of the organization's type or size or the nature of the services delivered. As per subclause 1.2, exclusion of any of the requirements in clauses 4 to 10 of the standard is not acceptable when the organization claims conformity to this document, irrespective of the nature of the organization. Conformity to the requirements specified in this standard can be demonstrated by the organization itself, showing evidence of meeting those requirements. Subclause says that the organization itself demonstrates conformity to Clause 4 and Clause 5. However, the organization can be supported by other parties. For example, another party can conduct internal audits on behalf of the organization or support the preparation of the service management system. Alternatively, the organization can show evidence of retaining accountability for the requirements specified in this document and demonstrating control when other parties are involved in meeting the requirements in clauses 6 to 10. For example, the organization can demonstrate evidence of controls for another party who is providing infrastructure service components or operating the service desk, including the incident management process. According to subclause 1.2 application, the organization cannot demonstrate conformity to the requirements specified in this document if other parties are used to provide or operate all services, service components, or processes within the scope of the service management system. Clause 1.2 states that the scope of this document excludes the specifications for products or tools. However, this document can be used to help the development or acquisition of products or tools that support the operation of a service management system. Let me talk about normative references. As per the standard, there are no normative references in this standard. Coming to Clause 3, Terms and Definitions. In this session, we shall discuss the Clause 3.2, Terms specific to service management. Before that, let me tell you here that ISO and IEC maintain terminological databases for use in standardization. You can see here on the screen the website addresses of those databases, and you are recommended to visit those databases for more information about the terms and definitions used in various standards. Let's start with the terms specific to the service management used in the standard ISO 20001 2018. First term is asset. An asset is an item, thing, or entity that has potential or actual value to an organization. Value can be tangible or intangible, financial or non-financial, and includes consideration of risks and liabilities. It can be positive or negative at different stages of the asset life. Physical assets usually refer to equipment, inventory, and properties owned by the organization. Physical assets are the opposite of intangible assets, which are non-physical assets such as leases, brands, digital assets, use rights, license, intellectual property rights, reputation, or agreements. A grouping of assets referred to as an asset system could also be considered as an asset. An asset can also be a configuration item. Some configuration items are not assets. Next term, configuration item or CI. Configuration item or CI is an element that needs to be controlled in order to deliver a service or services. Next term, customer. Customer is an organization or part of an organization that receives a service or services. Examples are consumer, client, beneficiary, sponsor, and purchaser, etc. A customer can be internal or external to the organization delivering the service or services. A customer can also be a user. A customer can also act as a supplier. Next term, external supplier. External supplier is another party that is external to the organization that enters into a contract to contribute to the planning, design, transition, delivery, or improvement of a service component, or process. External suppliers include designated lead suppliers but not their subcontracted suppliers. If the organization in the scope of the service management system is part of a larger organization, the other party is external to the larger organization. Next term, incident. Incident is an unplanned interruption to a service, a reduction in the quality of a service, or an event that has not yet impacted the service to the customer or user. Next term, information security. Information security is the preservation of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. In addition, other properties such as authenticity, accountability, non-repudiation, and reliability can also be involved. Next term, information security incident. Information security incident is a single or a series of unwanted or unexpected information security events that have a significant probability of compromising business operations and threatening information security. Next term, internal supplier. Internal supplier is a part of a larger organization that is outside the scope of the service management system that enters into a documented agreement to contribute to the planning. Internal supplier is a part of a larger organization that is outside the scope of the service management system that enters into a documented agreement to contribute to the planning, design, transition, delivery, or improvement of a service component, or process. Examples of internal suppliers are procurement, infrastructure, finance, human resources, and facilities, etc. The internal supplier and the organization in the scope of the service management system are both part of the same larger organization. Next term, known error. Known error is a problem that has an identified root cause or a method of reducing or eliminating its impact on a service. Next term, problem. Problem is a cause of one or more actual or potential incidents. Next term, procedure. Procedure is a specified way to carry out an activity or a process. As per standard, procedures can be documented or not. Next term, record. Record is a document stating results achieved or providing evidence of activities performed. Examples are audit reports, incident details, list of training delegates, minutes of meetings. Records can be used, for example, to formalize traceability and to provide evidence of verification, preventive action, and corrective action. Generally, records need to be under revision control. Next term, release. Release is a collection of one or more new or changed services or service components deployed into the live environment as a result of one or more changes. Next term, request for change. Request for change is a proposal for a change to be made to a service component, or the service management system. A change to a service includes the provision of a new service, transfer of a service, or the removal of a service that is no longer required. Next term is service. Service is a means of delivering value for the customer by facilitating outcomes the customer wants to achieve. Service is generally intangible. The term service as used in this document means the service or services in the scope of the service management system. Any use of the term service with a different intent is distinguished clearly. Next term, service availability. Service availability is an ability of a service or service component to perform its required function at an agreed time or over an agreed period of time. Service availability can be expressed as a ratio or percentage of the time that the service or service component is actually available for use compared to the agreed time. Next term, service catalog. Service catalog is documented information about services that an organization provides to its customers. Next term, service component. Service component is a part of a service that, when combined with other elements, will deliver a complete service. Examples are infrastructure, applications, documentations, licenses, information, resources, supporting services, etc. A service component can include configuration items, assets, or other elements. Next term, service continuity. Service continuity is a capability to deliver a service without interruption or with consistent availability as agreed. Service continuity management can be a subset of business continuity management. ISO 22301 is a management system standard for business continuity management. Next term, service level agreement, or SLA in short. Service level agreement is a documented agreement between the organization and the customer that identifies service and their agreed performance. A service level agreement can also be established between the organization and an external supplier, an internal supplier, or a customer acting as a supplier. A service level agreement can be included in a contract or another type of documented agreement. Next term, service level target. Service level target is a specific measurable characteristic of a service that an organization commits to. Next term, service management. Service management is a set of capabilities and processes to direct and control the organization's activities and resources for the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services to deliver value. Next term, service management system, SMS. Service management system is a management system to direct and control the service management activities of the organization. A service management system includes service management policies, objectives, plans, processes, documented information, and resources required for the planning, design, transition, delivery, and improvement of services to meet the requirements specified in this document. Next term, service provider. Service provider is an organization that manages and delivers a service or services to the customers. Next term, service request. Service request is a request for information, advice, access to a service, or a pre-approved change. Next term, service requirement. Service requirement is the needs of customer, users, and the organization. related to the services and the service management system that are stated or obligatory. In the context of a service management system, service requirements are documented and agreed rather than generally implied. There can also be other requirements such as legal and regulatory requirements. Next term, transition. Transition are the activities involved in moving a new or changed service to or from the live environment. Transition are activities involved in moving a new or changed service to or from the live environment. Next term, user. User is an individual or group that interacts with or benefits from a service or services. Examples of users include a person or community of people. A customer can also be a user. Next term, value. Value is basically the importance, benefit, or usefulness. Examples are monetary value, achieving service outcomes, achieving service management objectives, customer retention, removal of constraints. The creation of value from services includes realizing benefits at an optimal resource level while managing risk. An asset and a service are examples that can be assigned a value. Friends, this was about Clause 3 of ISO 20000-1 2018. Now, let's talk about Clause 4, Context of the Organization. We shall begin with Subclause 4.1, Understanding the Organization and its Context. The requirement of the Clause 4.1 of the standard are: the organization shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affects its ability to achieve the intended outcomes of its service management system. Here is a note. The word issue in this context can be factors which have a positive or negative impact. These are important factors for the organization in the context of its ability to deliver services of an agreed quality to its customers. If we talk about mandatory documents and retention of documents, there are no mandatory documents or records need to be maintained to meet this requirement. Let me explain this subclause now. The subclause 4.1 of ISO 20000-1 2018 states the requirements necessary to establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve a service management system (SMS). Describing the scope and objectives of the service management system is highly emphasized in Clause 4. Furthermore, the clause stresses the significance of gaining an understanding of both internal and external factors and the role of interested parties, in addition to their requirements that may potentially impact organization and its capability to attain its objectives. In order to implement an effective service management system, clearly understanding these key points is crucial to success. Context of the organization in ISO 20000-1 states that an organization must consider both the internal and external issues that can influence its planned objectives and the planning of the service management system. Subclause 4.1 needs the organization to evaluate itself and its context. This means that you need to define influences of various elements on the organization and how they reflect on the service management system. The company's culture, objectives, and aims, complexity of products or services, flow of processes and information, size of the organization, markets, consumers, etc. It is also a means to identify risks and opportunities regarding the business context. Now, where to start from? Although the standard doesn't recommend the method for determining the context of the organization, there are some logical steps and markers. None of the clauses from ISO 20000-1 2011 have been deleted from the 2018 version. Clauses have only been modified and renamed in ISO 20000-1 2018 where they deemed necessary. If you have already implemented ISO 20000-2011, then you probably have already defined the scope of the service management system in the service management manual and the sequence of processes and their interaction, either in the form of text or flowchart. If you are implementing the standard from scratch, then you need to determine the scope of your service management system and identify the processes and their interactions. Once the scope of the service management system is defined, together with exclusions and processes and their relations are identified, the following steps need to be taken. Let's talk about internal and external issues. This requirement of clause 4.1 can seem too general, and there is a threat of going too wide when defining the internal and external issues. In fulfilling this clause, you should emphasize only on issues that can affect the consumer satisfaction and delivery of quality product and or service. An organization's internal context is the environment in which it targets to achieve its objectives. Internal context can include its approach to governance, its contractual relationship with customers, and its interested parties. Things that need to be considered are related to the culture, philosophies, ethics, or ideologies inside the organization, as well as the complexity of processes and organizational structure. To determine external context, you should consider issues arising from its social, technological, environmental, ethical, political, legal, and economic environment. Some examples of external context may include government regulations and changes in the law, economic shifts in the organization's market, the organization's competition, events that may affect corporate image, changes in technology. Basically, all this information is with the CEO and other members of the management in their minds, but it was never written on paper. The best way to gather it is by organizing some brainstorming sessions. Arrangement of this information can be very valuable and validate where you stand as an organization. We should include some of the internal context as well, but are not limited to. Some of the examples of internal issues are the structure of the organization, which has limited flexibility when dealing with varying demands, availability of reliable, qualified, and competent workforce, which is very positive, stability of workforce, where wage benchmarking is not consistent with competitors, staff retention, which is also very high positive, contractual agreements with customer, which is beneficial to the organization, payment terms from customers provides high credit, solvency of customers and expansion of customer base also plays an important role. The culture within the organization is equally important internal factor. In simple terms, the requirement for recognizing relevant concerned parties means that you need to choose whose opinion about your company and you should care about. Interested parties include direct clienteles, end users, contractors and partners, controllers and others. Others could include people in the organization, owners, shareholders, and even the society. These parties enhance value to the organization or are impacted by the activities within the organization. Identifying and meeting their needs is important to executing an efficient and effective service management system. Their response can really support you to regulate what can be improved in your organization and how. Next step is document the information. Once all this information is collected, it should be documented. The standard is pretty obvious about it, but the question comes, where it should be documented. The main choice is to generate a new document, and this document will be something that the certification body will require instead of a service manual prior to the audit. The second choice is to include these new requirements in the existing service manual. This can be very practical since the service manual contains some of the old requirements. So you will only have to add the part with internal and external issues and interested parties. Another benefit of this methodology is that everyone is already familiar with the service manual, so it wouldn't be some excessive change in documentation structure. Also, the certification auditors may ask for it out of practice. To conclude, regular management review is essential to monitor the organization's internal or external issues. Once the internal context is understood, management can conduct an external analysis using PEST, political, economic, social, technological, and SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Analysis and really value from this new requirement instead of just officially fulfilling it. The examples of political factors are current legislation, anticipated future legislation, international legislation, global influences, government policies, terms and change, regulatory bodies and processes, wars and conflicts, etc. The examples of economic factors are national economies and trends, general taxation issues, taxation to activities, products, services, market and trade cycle, specific sector factors, customer and user drivers, interest and exchange rates, international trade and monetary issues, etc. Social factors include lifestyle trends, demographics, consumer attitudes and options, demographics, consumer attitudes and opinions, media views, law changes affecting social behaviors, image of the organization, consumer buying patterns, fashion and role models, major events and influences, buying access and trends, ethnic, religious factors, advertising and publicity, ethical issues, etc. And at last, technological factors are competing technology development, associated dependent technologies, replacement technology solutions, maturity of technology, information and communications, consumer buying mechanisms, technology legislation, innovation, potential, technology access, licensing, patents, intellectual property issues, global communication, social media use, etc. Information gathered through defining context can be very useful for identifying scope for improvement, and it should not be taken for approved. Knowing the context of your organization and opinions of your interested parties can help you improve your organization and make it even better. Although organizations cannot control the macro environment factors, they need to manage them to their benefit. They also need to shield themselves from pest factors that may increase operational costs or affect their reputation. The external context microenvironment contains of the organization's instantaneous operations and how they affect its performance and decision making. These factors have a direct impact on the success of the organization. It is important to have a full study of the microenvironment before moving to strategy development. Let me explain about some of the additional microenvironmental context factors now. First one could be consumers. Organizations must fascinate and hold customers by proposing product service that meet their needs along with providing outstanding customer service. Second, we can say is workforces. There must be the accessibility of people with the inspiration to remain as contributing members of the organization and develop the skills necessary to provide a competitive edge. Contractors are other factors. Contractors deliver organizations with the resources they need to carry out their activities. If a supplier or contractor provides poor service, this affects the way organization functions. Close supplier relationships are an effective way to remain competitive and save the resources needed. Another example of micro-environmental context factor is stockholders. All organizations require investment to grow. They or have people invest in their work. Relationships with stockholders or investors need to be managed carefully as problems can adversely affect the long-term accomplishment of the organization. Media can also be an example of micro-environmental context factors. Positive media attention can bring success to the organization by maintaining its reputational strength. Managing the media, including the presence in social media, is a challenge. The media including social media, can have a huge impact on the company's image and public relations. A bad news video or news report can go viral faster, and if your organization doesn't provide an acceptable response, the negative publicity and effects can last a long time. Coming to another example of additional factors, we can take it as competitors. Members of the organization need to have a sense of belonging. Can the organization offer benefits that are better than those offered by competitors? Is there a strong value proposition? Competitor analysis and monitoring is crucial if an organization is to maintain or improve its position in the competitive landscape of the community. The organization must always be aware of its competitors' activities. The landscape can change quickly. As in the case of the macro-environmental context, the organization cannot always control its micro-environment factors, but they must be wisely managed together with the internal context understanding. Both internal and external context can have impact over the organization. Customer pressure and complaints can force organizations to change various rules such as product returns and customer and technical support. Technological changes can provide more effective ways to handle communications, operations, shipping, and logistics. Cultural and religious differences may hinder product or service entry into a certain countries. The government's regulatory and trade policies can play a significant role in determining how businesses operate, especially in regard to international trade, taxation, and regulations. Let's talk about sociological forces, which often drive what, where, and how consumers buy products and services. There is an increasing tendency in the number of consumers purchasing products online and reading reviews before making a purchase. The multinational and multicultural trend in workforce structure can cause significant changes in the contracting and retention of proficient human resources. If the response to these situations is unplanned, fragile, or untimely, it might have an intense impact on the future of the business. Loss of customers, serious production interruption or disruption, permanent loss of organizational knowledge, even loss or insolvency of the business. Contextual issue can have a constructive impact as they may present opportunities such as new, improved, or increased availability of previously infrequent resources, opening up of or access to new marketplaces, availability of new technologies, leading to reduced cost, better product quality, services, and operational efficiency. Many of these contextual issues can be viewed as variables, some changing faster, others slower, depending on whether the organization is fast-paced and leading edge or in a stable or mature industry. Therefore, variability in these issues shows uncertainty about their future behavior. Such uncertainty can be quite assorted, complex, and at times very unpredictable. This presents a dilemma to organizations in terms of tracking and adapting to changes in these issues. This uncertainty introduces the requirement for understanding and use of risk assessment, justification, and management. Thus, each organizational contextual issue will have its own specific set of uncertainties with different levels of complexity and risk, and the need for specific controls to mitigate or eliminate the risk. Let us discuss now the subclause 4.2, understanding the needs and expectations of interested parties. The requirement of the clause 4.2 of the standard are: the organization shall, point A, determine the interested parties that are relevant to the service management system and the services. Point B, determine the relevant requirements of these interested parties. The clause under a note states that the requirements of interested parties can include service, performance, legal and regulatory requirements, and contractual obligations that relate to the service management system and the services. If we talk about mandatory documents and retention of documents, there are no mandatory documents or records need to be maintained to meet this requirement. Now, let us understand who are interested parties. Interested parties are those stakeholders who receive your products or services which may be impacted by them, or those parties who may otherwise have a significant interest in your organization. The clause 4.2 of ISO 20000-1 2018 states that the organization shall determine relevant interested parties and relevant requirements of appropriate concerned parties. Relevant interested parties to be considered are those that could affect or potentially affect the organization's ability to constantly provide products and services that meet customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Monitor and review information related to interested parties and relevant requirements. Firstly, the organization will need to define external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose. That is, what are relevant issues, both inside and out, that have an influence on what the organization does, that would affect its capability to accomplish the intended outcomes of its management system. It should be noted that the term issue covers not only problems, which would have been the subject of the precautionary action in previous standards, but also important topics for the management system to address, such as any market assurance and governance goals that the organization might set for its management system. Next, the organization has to determine relevant interested parties and relevant requirements of relevant interested parties. An interested party is a person or organization that can affect, be affected by, or recognize themselves to be affected by a decision or activity that's within the scope of the management system. There will be those external interested parties that enforce specific legal, regulatory, or contractual requirements in an organization. There may also be requirements specified by internal interested parties, for example, management and staff, permanent and temporary. There is no requirement in this international standard for the organization to consider interested parties which have been determined by the organization not to be relevant to its service management system. Similarly, there is no requirement to address a particular requirement of a relevant interested party if the organization considers that the requirement is not relevant. Determining what is relevant or not relevant is reliant on whether or not it has an impact on the organization's ability to regularly provide products and services that meet customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements, or the organization's aim to improve consumer satisfaction. The organization can decide to determine supplementary needs and expectations that will assist it to meet its service objectives. However, it is at the organization's choice whether or not to accept additional requirements to satisfy interested parties beyond what is required by this international standard ISO 20000-1 2018. The table explains the types of external interested parties and their possible needs and expectations. Now, coming to subclause 4.3, determining the scope of the service management system. The requirement of the clause 4.3 of the standard are determining the scope of the service management system. The organization shall determine the boundaries and applicability of the service management system to establish its scope. When determining this scope, the organization shall consider: Point A, the external and internal issues referred to in clause 4.1. Point B, the requirements referred to in subclause 4.2. Point C, the services delivered by the organization. The definition of the scope of the service management system shall include the services in the scope and the name of the organization managing and delivering the services. The scope of the service management system shall be available and be maintained as documented information. Clause under Note 1 states that ISO IEC 20000-3 provides guidance on scope definition. Under another Note 2, the service management system scope definition states the services which are in scope. This can be all or some of the services delivered by the organization. Here, If we talk about mandatory documents and retention of documents, under this clause 4.3, the standard states that scope of the service management system must be available and be maintained as documented information. The organization must establish the scope of the service management system by determining the boundaries and applicability of the service management system. While determining the scope, the organization must consider the internal and external issues determined in clause 4.1. The requirements of relevant interested parties in clause 4.2 and the products and services of the organization. Requirements from ISO 20001-2018 that can be applied by the organization shall be applied within the scope of the service management system. Requirements from this international standard that cannot be applied by the organization and which does not affect the organization's ability or responsibility to provide products and services that meet the conformity of its products and services and enhancement of the customer satisfaction. The organization must make available the scope and must maintain scope as documented information stating the products and services covered by the service management system and any justification where a requirement of this international standard cannot be applied. Determining the scope of the service management system has been a part of ISO 20000 requirements for a long time. This scope is a vital part of the service management system as it defines how far the service management system extends within the company's operations and details any exclusion from the ISO 20001 requirements and the justification for these. It is through the scope that you define what your service management system covers within your organization. With the release of the new update of the ISO 20001 requirements, ISO 20001-2018, there is some additional clarification on defining the scope of the service management system. These clarifications will help you standardize how companies define the scope of their service management system, even if they choose not to have a service manual, which is no longer a stated requirement in the standard. Section 4.3 of the standard details the requirements for determining the scope of the service management system. In a note about the service management system, it is stated that the service management system can include the whole organization, specifically identified sections of the organization, or one or more functions across a group of organizations. To start, there are three considerations to be included when determining the scope. Point 1. External and internal issues that is relevant to the purpose of the organization, the strategic direction, and the ability to achieve intended results. Point 2. Requirements of relevant interested parties. Point 3. The product and service of the organization. In addition, the scope is to include any requirements of the ISO 20001 standard that can be applied, and if a requirement is determined to not apply, entire organization. Some noted exceptions are when your service management system only, the organization will not use this as a reason for not ensuring conformity of product and service. The scope is to state the products and services covered by the service management system and justification for any instances where the ISO 20001 standard cannot be applied. It is most common that the scope of the service management system covers one physical location of a multi-location company, or when your manufacturing or service is distinctly split between industries. So your organization should identify the physical locations of the service management system, products or services that are created within the service management system processes, and the industries that are applicable if this is relevant. It should be clear enough to identify what your business does, and if not, all parts of the business are applicable. It should be easily identified which parts are. Friend, we have discussed Clause 4 of the ISO 20001-2018. Now, coming to Clause 5, Leadership. We shall cover three subclauses under this Clause 5, Leadership, and these subclauses are Subclause 5.1, Leadership and Commitment. Subclause 5.2, policy, which is further classified into two parts. Subclause 5.2.1 establishing the service management policy and subclause 5.2.2 communicating the service management policy. Subclause 5.3 organizational roles, responsibilities and authorities. The clause 5 leadership of ISO 20001-2018 stresses the significance of gaining an understanding of leadership and the role of top management, in addition to their requirements that may potentially impact organization and its capability to attain its objectives. In order to implement an effective service management system, clearly understanding these key points is crucial to success. Service management system execution cannot be effective without leadership commitment towards it. Leadership needs to believe in the service themselves. Only then they can confirm that their team members clearly understand its importance and benefits. It's a need here to understand what exactly is leadership. Leadership is an ability which involves encouraging a group of individuals to work towards a common goal. In a business setting, this involves leading and guiding staff and colleagues with a strategy or a plan to meet the business needs of the company. ISO 20001 Clause 5 stresses on the above, and clause is all about leadership's role in the service management system. To put in simple words, leaders need to lead by examples to achieve the benefits of the service management system. They need to ensure service management system and the business processes are operating together to achieve the desired objectives and to bring in unity of purpose. We can have question in our minds at this moment that why leadership is important. So let me explain it for you. The role of a leader is vital when taking any new initiative in an organization. Many process improvements fail when leaders do not take active participation and do not lead it from the front. That is why ISO 20001 emphasizes on this clause, which ensures that the leader's role is understood well and they take charge of the service management system and its results. Another significant reason for the improvement of leadership is to bring the service management system closer to business. Leaders, when they directly get involved in the effectiveness of the service management system, ensure that quality is an essential part of the business and each person takes it as seriously as the leader does. This requires inspiration and encouragement to support and improve processes, and no other than a leader can do this proficiently. Furthermore, ISO 20001 makes it important for the top management to be involved in all stages of establishing and maintaining the service management system. Coming to the subclause 5.1, leadership and commitment. Top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to the service management system. Point A. By ensuring that the service management system policy and service management objectives are established and are compatible with the strategic direction of the organization. Point B. By ensuring that the service management plan is created, implemented, and maintained in order to support the service management policy and the achievement of the service management objectives and service requirements. Point C. By ensuring that appropriate levels of authority are assigned for making decisions related to the service management system and the services. Point D. By ensuring that what constitutes value for the organization and its customers is determined. Point E. By ensuring there is control of other parties involved in the service lifecycle. Point F. By ensuring the integration of the service management system requirements into the organization's business processes. Point G. By ensuring that the resources needed for the service management system and the services are available. Point H. By communicating the importance of effective service management, achieving the service management objectives, delivering value, and conforming to the service management system requirements. Point I. By ensuring that the service management system achieves its intended outcomes. Point J. By directing and supporting persons to contribute to the effectiveness of the service management system and the services. Point K. by promoting continual improvement of the service management system and the services. Point L. By supporting other relevant management roles to demonstrate their leadership as it applies to their areas of responsibility. The clause under a note states that reference to business in this document can be interpreted broadly to mean those activities that are core to the purpose of the organization's existence. Let me explain this clause 5.1 now. Clause 5 communicates the importance of conforming to the service management system and its requirements and provides adequate resources needed for the service management system. According to clause 5.1, top management needs to generate effective organizational structure and provide accurate internal environment that inspires people towards achievement of all goals and objectives of the organization. The clause 5.1 also defines that top management should engage, direct, and support persons to contribute to the effectiveness of the service management system through effective leadership qualities. This requires top management direct involvement in all stages of the service management system, including planning, reviewing the outcomes, and suggesting improvements. The top management needs to show commitment towards processes to motivate others also to implement and improve processes. Clause 5.1 defines that top management should demonstrate their leadership skills to promote a culture of process improvements. Leaders should take initiative to develop new models and introduce new tools to improve efficiency and productivity. This clause 5.1 also covers supporting other relevant management roles to ensure that all roles are required for effective implementation of service management system are available in the organization. Clause 5.1 says that top management should maintain a consistent attention on customer requirements, meeting of regulatory or statutory requirements, and enhancing customer satisfaction. All the requirements shall be determined and met, and conforming products or services provided to the customer. So friends, this is all about clause 5.1, leadership and commitment. Now, let's talk about subclause 5.2, policy. It is classified into two parts. The first one is subclause 5.2.1, establishing the service management policy. The top management shall establish a service management policy, point A, that is appropriate to the purpose of the organization. Point B, that provides a framework for setting service management objectives. Point C, that includes a commitment to satisfy applicable requirements. Point D, that includes a commitment to continual improvement of the service management system and the services. Let me explain this subclause 5.2.1 now. Clause 5.2.1, the first phase of establishing the service management system is to define the service management policy and the service management objectives. The intent of the service management policy is to provide top management's vision on service management of the organization. Service management policy is a method through which top management can project its commitment towards quality to internal as well as external stakeholders. The service management policy should cover the purpose and context of the business and provide a framework for setting up service management objectives. The service management policy should state your commitment to satisfy appropriate requirements and constantly improve the effectiveness of your service management system. The service management policy represents the organizational principal values and it supports the organization's commitment toward quality. It is important that it is understood well within the organization and each employee is aware of the service management policy. This can be achieved when the service management policy is documented, communicated, and understood within the organization. Now, coming to subclause 5.2.2, communicating the service management policy. Standard says the service management policy shall, point A, be available as documented information. Point B, shall be communicated within the organization. Point C, shall be available to interested parties as appropriate. Let me explain this subclause 5.2.2 Communicating the Service Management Policy. The Service Management Policy can also be made available when onboarding new employees and made part of the onboarding process. It is also significant to make the Service Management Policy available to external interested parties like customers, vendors, contractors, etc. This can be done through your website and or marketing material like pamphlets, kiosks, etc. or communicated through emails, messages whenever requested. It can be made available on your website, your employee handbook, quality manual, or displayed at various locations in the office so that employees read and absorb its values in day-to-day working. ISO 20000-1 requires a service management system policy to exist and sets pretty clear exceptions of its content, that is, its purpose. When you read the standard, then the questions start coming. What to do with it? Why do we need one? Where to use it? Who does what? Etc. Let's clarify the service management system policy and the standards requirements and answer all those unpleasant questions. Now, what is the purpose of it? That gets us to the purpose of the service management policy. The policy should be based on the scope of the service management system and aligned with the more detailed elements of the service management system, service management plan and service management objectives. The service management policy is your top manager's tool to define what they want to achieve with the service management system. Usually, they are not familiar with the details of how your service management system works, but they have to know what they want from it. It is also a tool to control. Top management will be able to define who is doing what and examine the results at regular intervals. Now, let's discuss about the framework of the IT service management policy and setting it up. There are general requirements for the content of the policy required by the standard, which I am going to discuss one by one with you. We'll start with the circumstances of the organization. This is the requirement that says the policy should be specific to the business case you have, meaning it should be specific to the services you provide. Remember, no generic statements, as I explained above, and the customer you serve. Second is service requirements. Top management should commit, for example, by a statement in the policy to fulfill the service requirement agreed upon with the customer. To avoid such a statement being too general, there must be a mechanism to provide evidence that this has been fulfilled. For example, customer requirements are part of the SLA, Service Level Agreement, as well as measurable targets to confirm fulfillment of those requirements. So it's measurable. Third one is communication. The policy must be communicated to all employees. That is logical. If you don't tell anyone, no one will ever know. That is logical. If you don't tell anyone, no one will ever know. Even more than that, the service management policy can also be communicated to other interested parties, like your customers or suppliers. An additional requirement is that the policy needs to be understood by your employees. That means that you have to prove a link between the statement in the policy and the result of your employees' work. For example, the policy can state that one of the goals is to satisfy customers, and proof of that can be a customer satisfaction survey that has the efficiency of your employees in the background. And the fourth one is improvement, which is last but not the least. Improvement needs to be clearly stated in the policy for both the service management system as well as the suitability of the policy to the business needs and customer requirements. That was the content required by the standard. Smaller companies can add more details like scope of the service management system, service management plan, and resource management. That is, definitions of role, responsibilities needed to support the service management system, top management and their intentions regarding the information technology service management in your organization, together with services, that is customer requirements are the most important input that you need to take into account when writing a policy. Let's discuss subclause 5.3, organizational roles, responsibilities, and authorities. What are the requirements under this clause 5.3? Top management shall ensure that the responsibilities and authorities for roles relevant to the service management system and the services are assigned and communicated within the organization. Top management shall assign the responsibility and authority, point A, for ensuring that the service management system conforms to the requirements of this document. Point B, for reporting on the performance of the service management system and the services to top management. Now, I shall explain to you about this subclause 5.3. This subclause 5.3 of ISO 20000-1 says that the top management provides adequate resources and allocates responsibilities and authorities essential to implement service management system effectively. A simple method of doing this is to define the organizational structure and associated hierarchies. Several methods like job descriptions, organizations map, charts, procedures, work directives, etc. can be used to define organizational structure and responsibilities within the organization. The policy should include a commitment to satisfy applicable requirements and a commitment to continual improvement of the service management system and the services. Service management policy shall be reviewed periodically by top management based on changes in the context of the organization. This can be done during management reviews. The organization must make available the scope and must maintain scope as documented information stating the products and services covered by the service management system and any justification where a requirement of this international standard cannot be applied. The intent of subclause 5.3 is to ensure that each employee understands their role with respect to the implementation and reporting of elements of the service management system and maintain emphasis on customer requirements. Descriptions of job, generally called as JD or job description, is an easy mechanism through which you can specify what trainings, qualifications, and experience each job role requires. This will help you in getting the exact candidate while employing for a position and also ensure that the employee is clear on the job requirements and his or her responsibilities. These organizations' structures, role, and responsibilities need to be communicated and deployed throughout the organization via orientation programs, capacity building, training, meetings, or through procedures or work instruction. Additionally, the top management needs to continuously work towards improving the processes and getting changes and improvements to the service management policy. Employees shall be encouraged to also suggest opportunities for improvements, and the top management shall ensure that integrity of the service management system is maintained when these changes are planned and carried out. As a conclusion, we can state that the guidelines under clause 5.3 define that the top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensuring that the service management system conforms to the requirements of this standard ISO 20000-1 It also mentions that the top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for reporting on the performance of the service management system and the services to top management. Please have a look on the screen. There is figure, sample organization chart of software company. The intent of the clause 5.3 is to ensure that each employee understands their roles with respect to the implementation and reporting of elements of the service management system and maintain emphasis on customer requirements. Descriptions of job, generally called as JD or job description, is an easy mechanism through which we can specify what trainings, qualifications, and experience each job role requires. This will help you in getting the exact candidates while employing for a position and also ensure that the employee is clear on the job requirements and his or her responsibilities. These organization structures, role, and responsibility need to be communicated and deployed throughout the organization via orientation programs, capacity building, training, meetings, or through procedures or work instructions. Additionally, the top management needs to continuously work toward improving the processes and getting changes and improvements to the service management system. Employees shall be encouraged to also suggest opportunities for improvements, and the top management shall ensure that integrity of the service management system is maintained when these changes are planned and carried out. As a conclusion, we can state that the guidelines under clause 5.3 define that top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensuring that the service management system conform to the requirements of this standard ISO 20000-1 2018. It also mentions that top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for reporting on the performance of the service management system and the services to top management. Let me tell you the document requirements for this clause 5.3 now. If we talk about mandatory documents, service management policy should be documented and maintained to meet this requirement. The record of communication of policy and internal or external training program to make organization aware with policy can be retained for future while improving the policy document. Service management system plan is an additional requirement as well. Friends, it was about clause 5, leadership of the standard ISO 20000-1 2018. Now we shall discuss clause 6, planning. We shall discuss about clause 6.1.1, clause 6.1.2 and clause 6.1.3. Clause 6.1.1 deals with the determining risks and opportunities, preventing or reducing undesired effects and achieving continual improvement of the service management system. Clause 6.1.2 covers risks, impact on customers, risk acceptance criteria, and approaches to be taken for risk management. Under clause 6.1.3, we shall discuss about actions to address risks and opportunities and their priorities. This clause 6.1.3 also covers planning for integrating and implementing the actions into service management system processes and evaluating the effectiveness of these actions. Now, let's have an introduction of clause 6.1, actions to address risks and opportunities. The requirement of clause 6.1 of the standard are subclause 6.1.1, when planning for the service management system, the organization shall consider the issues referred to in clause 4.1 and the requirement referred to in clause 4.2 and determine the risks and opportunities that need to be addressed to. Point A, to give assurance that the service management system can achieve its intended outcome. Point B, to prevent or reduce undesired effects. Point C, to achieve continual improvement of the service management system and the services. Subclause 6.1.2, the organization shall determine and document point A, risks related to first, the organization, second, not meeting the service requirements, third, the involvement of other parties in the service lifecycle. Point B, the impact on customers of risks and opportunities for the service management system and the services. Point C, risk acceptance criteria. Point D, approach to be taken for the management of risks. Subclause 6.1.3, the organization shall plan point A, actions to address these risks and opportunities and their priorities. Point B, how to. First, integrate and implement the actions into its service management system processes. Second, evaluate the effectiveness of these actions. This clause under Note 1 says that options to address risks and opportunities can include avoiding the risk, taking or increasing the risk in order to pursue an opportunity, removing the risk source, changing the likelihood or consequence of the risk, mitigating the risk through agreed actions, sharing the risk with other party, or accepting the risk by informed decision. The clause under Note 2 states that ISO 31000 provides principles and generic guidance on risk management. If we talk about mandatory documents and retention of documents, according to clause 6.1.2, risk and opportunity register is to be maintained as a mandatory document to meet the requirement of this clause. Organization can also maintain management approaches review records, however, not mandatory. Mandatory documents. Risk and Opportunity Register, Clause 6.1.2. Now let's start with subclause 6.1.1. The subclause 6.1.1 states that when planning for the service management system, the organization shall consider the issues referred to in understanding the organization and its context, and the requirements referred to in understanding the needs and expectations of interested parties, and determine the risks and opportunities that need to be addressed to give assurance that the service management system can achieve its intended results, prevent or reduce undesired effects, and to achieve continual improvement. Coming to subclause 6.1.2, what does it say? According to subclause 6.1.2, the organization must determine and document the risks related to organization, risk not meeting the service requirements, and the risk due to involvement of other parties in the service lifecycle. This clause says that the organization must also determine and document the impact on customers of risk and opportunities for service management system and services. The document must also include the risk criteria and approaches to be taken for the management of risks. The organization must prepare and maintain a risk opportunity register as a mandatory document to meet this requirement of this clause. Now, let's discuss subclause 6.1.3. According to subclause 6.1.3, the organization must plan actions to address the risks and opportunities determined in clause 6.1.1. The organization must also plan on how to integrate and implement the actions into its service management system processes and evaluate the effectiveness of these actions. Actions taken to address risks and opportunities must be impartial to the possible impact on the conformity of products and services. Options to address risks can include, but not limited to, avoiding risk, taking the risk in order to pursue an opportunity, eliminating the risk source, changing the probability or consequences, sharing the risk, retaining risk by informed decision, or implementing standards like ISO 31000. It is the privilege of the management to adopt any one of the practices. Opportunities can lead to the adoption of new practices, launching new products or services, opening fresh markets, addressing new customers, building partnerships, using new technology, and other requirements and feasible possibilities to address the organization's or its customers' needs. It is the responsibility of top management to provide direction, authorization, and resources, and review for service management system planning. Service management system planning requires you to identify all your service management system processes and describe their sequence and interaction. The criteria and methods for planning, operation, and control of these processes come from the rest of the ISO requirements as well as your customer and your own organization. When planning its service management system, the top management must implement and promote a culture of risk-based thinking throughout the organization to determine and address the risks and opportunities associated with providing assurance that the service management system can achieve its intended results, provide conforming products and services, enhance customer satisfaction, promote desirable effects and improvement, and prevent or mitigate undesired effects. The organization must integrate the actions to address these risks and opportunities into its service management system processes using the PDCA cycle. Not all processes of a service management system represent the same level of risk in terms of the organization's ability to meet its objectives, and the effects of uncertainty are not the same for all organizations. Each organization is therefore responsible for the extent it applies risk-based thinking and the actions it takes to address risk, including retaining documented information as evidence of its determination of risk. Planning also requires monitoring and measuring these actions and gathering, analyzing, and evaluating appropriate data and information to determine the effectiveness of such action. This planning must be periodically reviewed and updated as necessary when taking corrective actions or at management reviews. These actions must be proportional to the potential impact on the conformity of products and services. When planning its service management system, the organization must consider the risks and opportunities presented by external and internal issues, as well as the needs and expectations of interested parties relevant to its purpose and strategic direction. Risk management should be implemented at all levels of an organization, from the strategic to the operational level. The result of risk assessment should be considered in documenting the plans for process operation and risk control. The methodology while planning risk management should include identifying each potential risk, describing the potential outcome of the risk, identifying the potential causes of risk outcome, rating the consequence of the outcome, rating the likelihood of the cause occurring, rating the probability of early detection of outcome should it occur, and establishing risk tolerance criteria. I hope you understood the concept of determining risk and opportunities now. Now, coming to subclause 6.2, service management objectives and planning to achieve them. The subclause 6.2.1 states that the organization must establish service management objectives at relevant functions, levels, and processes. The service objectives must be consistent with the service management policy. If practicable, it must be measurable. It must be based on application requirements. It must be relevant to the conformity of products and services and the enhancement of customer satisfaction. It must be monitored and communicated. It must be updated as appropriate. The organization should maintain documented information on the service management objectives. Coming to subclause 6.2.2. What does it say? When planning how to achieve the service management objectives, the organization must determine what will be done, what resources will be required, who will be responsible, when it will be completed, and how the results will be evaluated. The purpose of service management objectives is to determine conformity to customers, regulatory and relevant stakeholders, requirements, and effective deployment and improvement of the service management system. Clause 6.2.2 sets out the specific requirements for the planning of service management objectives. This clause requires you to monitor and measure and evaluate results to your planned objectives. Top management must provide the leadership, organization, and resources to deploy and achieve planned service management objectives. The process and the responsible personnel needed to achieve the service management objectives must be determined. The service management policy provides the framework for establishing service management objectives in order to be consistent with it and provided examples of such consistency. In this clause, the organization must ensure that specific service management objectives are established at relevant functions, levels, and processes needed for service management system. The service management objective should be relevant to meeting the requirements of your products and services and enhancing customer satisfaction. Service management objectives are used to measure performance of products, service processes, customer satisfaction, suppliers, use of resources, and the overall performance and effectiveness of the service management system. Service management objectives may be established for all service management system processes. Let's have examples of service management objectives. Product: reduction in defect rates, PPMs, which is defective parts per million, scrap rates, rework, improvement in on-time delivery. Process: objectives generally focus on improving process productivity through the elimination or reduction of variation and waste in process. Inputs, outputs, conversion activity, and the related use of resources. Monitor and improve the process. Productivity, reduction of cycle time, errors, omissions, and failures, etc. Examples could include objectives for setup time, run rates, process cycle time, etc. Customers: reduction in number of complaints, improvement in customer satisfaction rating, on-time delivery, service, support, etc. Supplier: material defects, on-time delivery, number of complaints with supplier. Resources include facility, equipment, labor, etc. Objectives could be established based on availability, capability, maintenance, personnel competency, absenteeism, production rate, efficiency, safety, etc. For the service management system, customer satisfaction feedback, internal audit results, number of improvement opportunities, etc. Service management objectives may be set at various functional levels of the organization: top management, departments, processes, functional groups, work cells, project teams, individuals, etc. It would be useful to cover these levels as they add value and contribute to the customer or organizational objectives. Employees at all these levels must be made aware of the importance of and how they must contribute to the achievement of these services. Service management objectives must be measurable. Measurement can be done quantitatively or qualitatively. Quantitative measures are generally more objective in determining whether conformity or effectiveness has been achieved. In some situations, the use of qualitative measurements may be appropriate. These service management objectives must be deployed and measured, and top management must conduct an effective review of the measurement results. These measurement results must also be used for corrective action and continual improvement. The quality objectives must be achieved within a defined time period to ensure accountability. This could be determined by your customer, your management, your head office, regulatory bodies, etc. Your business or service management planning process must establish these time periods and include the communication of objectives and timelines to those responsible for achieving them. Service management objectives may be documented in any or all of these documents, such as Service Management Manual, Service Management System processes, procedures, quality plans, etc. The establishment of service management objectives should be part of the business planning or service management system planning processes. A review of the quality objectives should be part of your management review process. After the review, the service management objectives may be updated as appropriate. As documented information, your documented statement of objectives must be controlled by subclause 7.5.3, Control of Documented Information. You must be careful not to overwhelm your organization with too many objectives, as this may cause more frustration than positive results. Start with objectives that focus on meeting customer requirements and then slowly develop meaningful objectives for key processes and risk-prone processes as initial targets are achieved. Organizations need to clearly understand how this will be realized. For example, if your goal is to offer international coverage, how will this be accomplished? What resources will you assign employing manpower globally? Who will manage it? Have you understood when it needs to be achieved, and what will you do to check it is operative? Example: understanding total number of strategic maintenance, number of reactive maintenance to ensure you analyze. Let us understand this by an example. Understanding total number of strategic maintenance, number of reactive maintenance to ensure you analyze the suitable levels of resource. Now, let me discuss subclause 6.3, Plan the Service Management System. Let me simply read the requirements of subclause 6.3 of the standard. The organization shall create, implement, and maintain a service management plan. Planning shall take into consideration the service management policy, service management objectives, risks and opportunities, service requirements, and requirements specified in this document. The service management plan shall include or contain a reference to: Point A, to list of services. Point B, known limitation that can impact the service management system and the services. Point C, obligations such as relevant policies, standards, legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements, and how these obligations apply to the service management system and the services. Point D, authorities and responsibilities of the service management system and the services. Point E, human, technical, information and financial resources necessary to operate the service management system and the services. Point F. Approach to be taken for working with other parties involved in the service lifecycle. Point G. Technology used to support the service management system. Point H. How the effectiveness of the service management system and the services will be measured, audited, reported, and improved. Other planning activities shall maintain alignment with the service management plan. What are the mandatory documents under this clause? According to clause 6.3, the organization shall create, implement, and maintain a service management plan. Planning shall take into consideration the service management policy, service management objectives, risks and opportunities, service requirements, and requirements specified in this document. Now, let me explain subclause 6.3. Where the organization determines the need for change to the service management system, the change must be carried out in a planned and systematic manner. The organization must consider the purpose of the change and any of its potential consequences, integrity of the service management system, availability of resources, allocation or reallocation of responsibilities and authorities. The continuity and effectiveness of your service management system must be substantially maintained in the event of significant changes in your service management system or organization. For example, management, ownership, relocation, technology, product, the shift in customer base, etc. Changes must be carefully planned so as not to disturb your organization's ongoing capability and responsibility to effectively meet customer and regulatory requirements. In such instances, change control would require careful planning of nature and timeline for the changes, determining the impact or outcome of such changes, ensuring adequate resources are available to implement the change, top management authorization, change deployment and follow-up, review of the service management system by top management after changes are affected. The ISO 20001 requirements provide a strong basis for a management system for business that supports the strategic direction of the organization. Once the organization has identified its contacts and interested parties, then identify the processes that support this linkage. Once processes are determined, an organization will need to identify the risks and opportunities associated with these processes, achieve the benefits associated with the determination of risk and opportunities. Changes may be needed. These changes can be related to any element of the process, such as inputs, resources, persons, activities, controls, measurements, outputs, etc. Changes are intended to be beneficial to the organization and need to be carried out as determined by the organization. In addition, consideration of newly introduced risks and opportunities needs to be taken into account. There may be changes in service management system due to customer feedback, customer complaint, product failure, employee feedback, innovation, determined risk, determined opportunity, internal audit results, management review results, identified non-conformity. The changes may occur in, for example, processes, documented information, tooling, equipment, employee training, supplier selection, supplier management, and others. To achieve the benefits associated with changes, the organization should consider all types of change that may need to occur. The successful management and control of these changes has become a core requirement within the organization's service management system. Some changes need to be carefully managed while others can be safely ignored. In order to sort through this, the organization should consider a method to prioritize. To determine the priority, the organization should consider a methodology that allows them to take into account consequences of the change, likelihood of the consequence, impact on customers, impact on interested parties, impact on quality objectives, effectiveness of processes that are part of the service management system, steps to implement these changes. Define the specific of what is to be done, Define the specific of what is to be changed. Have a plan, task, timeline, responsibilities, authorities, budget, resources, needed information, other. Engage other people as appropriate in the change process. Develop a communication plan. Appropriate people within the organization, customers, suppliers, interested parties, etc. may need to be informed. Use a cross-functional team review the plan to provide feedback related to plan and associated risks. Train people. Measure the effectiveness. Prior to making a change, the organization should consider unintended consequences. After making a change, the organization should monitor the change to determine its effectiveness and to identify any additional problems that might be created. Records of some changes may be needed as part of the service management system. Now, let us discuss Clause 7, Support of the Service Management System. Let us begin with Subclause 7.1, Resources. The Clause 7.1 states that ensure that your organization has determined and provided the resources needed for the establishment, implementation, maintenance, and continual improvement of the service management system. The requirements are to check that organization has identified which resources it needs to make available in order to ensure the effective operation of the service management system. Resources will often include raw materials, infrastructure, finance, personnel, and ICT, all of which can be either internally or externally provided. Having sufficient resources is vital to ensure service conformity and satisfy customer requirements. For example, having adequate workforces, finance, and equipment to ensure timely delivery of services. Many organizations run into service management system non-conformities as a result of insufficient or improper use of resources. The organization should identify the internal and external resources that are needed for the achievement of the organization's objective in the short and the long term. The organization's policies and methods for resource management should be consistent with its strategy. As part of its strategic planning, top management must decide what resources it must develop, acquire, or outsource to be competitive. To ensure that resources such as equipment, infrastructural facilities, materials, knowledge, finance, and workers are used effectively and efficiently, it is necessary to have service management system processes in place to provide, allocate, monitor, evaluate, optimize, maintain, and protect those resources. Auditors may look at the budget to check that some funding has been allocated to the service management system, but they might dig deeper, checking if the organization has really identified all types of resources required and that it has taken action to ensure that resources are available as needed. To understand this clause better, we can classify resources in 5 major categories. Let me discuss these categories along with recommendations for auditors, which they should follow during ISO audit. The first category is general. You should check and record evidence confirming that your organization has considered the need for external resources in addition to the need for internal resources. Most organizations determine resource requirements during management review meetings. You should review the management review minutes for evidence of resource allocation. Second category of resource is people. You should seek and record evidence to confirm that your organization has provided the staff necessary for the effective implementation of the service management system and for the operation and control of its processes. Third category is infrastructure. You should seek and record evidence to confirm that your organization has provided the infrastructure necessary for the effective implementation of the service management system and for the operation and control of its processes. Fourth category of resources is environment. For the operation of processes, you should seek and record evidence to confirm that your organization has identified, provided, and maintained the infrastructure necessary for achieving service conformance. Now, the fifth and last category is monitoring and measuring resources. The process of monitoring and measuring resources for ISO 20001 ensures conformity for all products and services. This includes making sure that all equipment is valid, up to date, calibrated, and working properly. All measurements that are taken must be accurate and recorded for monitoring purposes. Before being able to take accurate and recorded measurements, the resources that are needed to obtain these results must be determined. Once the needed resources have been identified and determined, they must also be acquired. When any product or service is measured, it must be measured according to the specific requirements that are outlined by ISO 20001. To ensure that these results are accurate, these guidelines must be carefully followed. Now, coming to subclause 7.2, competence. Let me simply read the requirements of clause 7.2, competence of the standard first. The requirement says, the organization shall, point A, shall determine the necessary competence of persons doing work under its control that affects the performance and effectiveness of the service management system and the services. Point B, shall ensure that these persons are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training, or experience. Point C, where applicable, shall take actions to acquire the necessary competence and evaluate the effectiveness of the actions taken. Point D, shall retain appropriate documented information as evidence of competence. The clause under a note states that applicable actions can include, for example, the provision of training to, the mentoring of, or the reassignment of currently employed persons, or the hiring or contracting of competent persons. Now, let's start with clause 7.2, competence. Competence defines the guidelines that must be followed by all staff in order to be considered competent of the requirements. In other words, this procedure ensures that all employees are performing to their best ability in their specific areas of expertise. Now, what is ISO 20001 competence procedure? The purpose of competence procedure is to define your organization's process for undertaking the necessary actions and responsibilities for ensuring that the competencies needed to meet customer and other external or internal requirements applicable to the business are defined and actions are taken to meet these needs. This procedure also defines the responsibilities for planning, reporting, and retaining associated records. Now, coming to assessing staff competencies. Your organization should establish a process for assessing existing staff competencies against changing business needs and prevailing trends. Check for evidence that all staff which work under your organization's control are competent, and that evidence continuing competence is maintained as documented information in accordance to clause 7.5. Competency requirements can be defined by actively identifying training requirements, actively delivering training, actively monitoring the effectiveness of training. Training should never be performed as a thoughtless reaction with no actual objectives, but instead, it should be boosted toward empowering each employee with the skills and knowledge they need to move the organization forward and improve customer happiness. The staff should be trained to improve their skills and overall performance. Comparing existing performance to post-training performance is a simple way of evaluating the efficiency of training. You can consider making provision for the following audit questions. What training is given to new employees? How is training evaluated? What steps are taken when training is deemed ineffective? What types of training records are maintained? Here we have a question. Should I document competence? According to clause 7.2, you need to retain appropriate documented information as evidence of competence. So keep documented your competence, training, awareness process, and since the competency of your staff is vital to achieving product and service conformance, you should always look to define and control this process. The implementation of a competence, training, and awareness procedure should be a priority of all businesses. Now, let us talk about subclause 7.3, Awareness. Let me simply read the requirements of the clause 7.3 awareness of the standard first. The standard states, person doing work under the organization's control shall be aware of. Point A, shall be aware of the service management policy. Point B, shall be aware of the service management objectives. Point C, shall be aware of the services relevant to their work. Point D, shall be aware of their contribution to the effectiveness of the service management system, including the benefits of improved performance. Point E, shall be aware of the implications of not conforming with the service management system requirements. Now, let's start with clause 7.3. Clause 7.3 of ISO 20000-1 2018 states that it is the responsibility of the organization to ensure that persons carrying out work under its control are aware of the service management policy, any relevant service management objectives, the services relevant to their work, their own contribution to the effectiveness of the service management system, including the benefits of improved performance, implications of not conforming to the service management system requirements. Now, let me explain subclause 7.3. As we can see, the standard precisely requires organizations to make personnel under its control aware of the organization's service management policy, service management objectives, their own specific contribution, as well as prominently the consequences of not conforming to the requirements. Businesses should review their communication, awareness activities, and plans to ensure all affected personnel are included and address any breaches. Subject to the size and values of the organization, a wide range of approaches can be engaged for awareness of the service management policy and objectives. From regular meetings, sessions, toolbox talks, notices, poster campaigns, and publication of service management metrics to the inclusion and participation of individuals in cross-functional teams and improvement initiatives. Job descriptions, training records, work instructions, and performance review minutes are also some examples not only of ways in which personnel can be made aware of their specific contribution and implication of non-conformance, but also as documented evidence of such. Now, let me talk about awareness training. The awareness training does not need to follow the format of long classroom sessions. Training techniques can comprise short training segments accompanied with videos and hands-on demonstrations that addresses key elements of the service management system. Other procedures to promote and strengthen the service management awareness training sessions include communication via electronic bulletin boards, posters, circulars, and informational meetings. The requirements for general awareness training apply to all employees, including those whose work may cause significant impacts or service management risks. Awareness training is intended to provide an overview of the organization's service management policy, objectives and targets, and overall service management system. Your organization must establish and maintain procedures to make its employees and members at each relevant function and level aware of the importance of conformance with the policy and the service management system procedures and requirements, the actual and the potential significant impacts and the risk of the activities, products, and or services, the benefits of improved personal performance, the employee's roles and responsibilities in achieving conformance with the policies and procedures, the employee's roles, responsibilities towards emergency awareness and response, the potential consequences of departure from specified operating procedures, The awareness training materials may also include additional elements that addresses the organization's objectives and targets, the employees' actions to minimize, eliminate the impacts and risks, and how they can contribute, the importance of compliance with operational and regulatory requirements, the overall improvement of the management system performance, and the potential financial return, the importance to interested parties. General awareness training should be commenced in accordance with task demands. Awareness training is not a skill acquisition, but rather broad-based training provided to increase employee awareness of particular service management issues. Let us discuss subclause 7.4, Communication. Let me simply read the requirements of clause 7.4, Communication of the standard first. The organization shall determine the internal and external communications relevant to the service management system and the services, including point A, including on what it will communicate. Point B, including when to communicate. Point C, including with whom to communicate. Point D, including how to communicate. Point E, who will be responsible for the communication. Now, let's start with clause 7.4. According to clause 7.4, the organization must establish, implement, and maintain the processes needed for internal and external communications relevant to the service management system. The organization must determine what it will communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate, and how to communicate, and also who will be responsible for the communication. While establishing its communication processes, the organization must take into account its compliance obligations and ensure that service management information communicated is steady with information generated within the service management system and is reliable. The organization must respond to relevant communications on its service management system. As appropriate, the organization must retain documented information as evidence of its communication. Clause 7.4 Communication refers to all types of communication, both internal and external to the organization. It requires organizations to establish and maintain a process for internal communications between the various levels and functions of the organization. It also requires organizations to document and respond to relevant communications from external interested parties. One of the examples of internal communications include communicating service management objectives and targets to employees. Another example of internal communication is communicating the service management system policy and raising awareness of service management issues to employees. Advising of non-conformance to relevant departmental heads also falls under examples of internal communication. Let us talk about examples of external communications now. Examples will include dealing with service management system grievances or proactively inviting such stakeholders and responding to media inquiries, especially in the event of an incident. A failure to communicate effectively within initial few hours of an incident could seriously decrease the company's ability to control the situation. This will undercut the company's reputation in the minds of staff, customers, the media, and the public. Effective internal communication requires mechanisms for information to flow top-down and bottom-up. The employees are often an outstanding source of information, issues, and ideas. Communicating with external parties is also significant for effective service management. Information from external sources can be critical in setting service management system and other business goals. The clause 7.4 requires the organization to have in place a system of communication that ensures that those within the organization are kept informed regarding the service management system and the service management issues associated with the organization's operation, and that communication from external interested parties is received and handled according to the established process. The function of clause 7.4 communication is to support the achievement of the service management system policy and objectives and the functioning of the service management system in general. The clause requirement that information regarding the service management aspects and service management elements be communicated to personnel within the organization is intended to assist the organization in achieving its service management system objectives, as well as the commitments and overall goals expressed in the service management system policy. Employees who are fully informed of all the issues surrounding the service management system and who feel included in the process are more likely to be motivated and committed to achieving the organization's objectives and targets and overall service management system goals. Likewise, the limited requirement for communication with external parties are designed to foster a more understanding and cooperative relationship between the organization and stakeholders, regulatory agencies, and the service management system groups. Communication of the service management system policy will also form an important part of internal communication, as a key part of the communication program will involve making sure employees understand the service management system policy. In order to develop effective processes for internal and external communication, it is useful to have an understanding of what is encompassed by the terms internal communication and external communication, and also what the ultimate goal is of such processes. So let me explain these terms now. The first one is internal communication. The organization needs to establish a communication process, internally communicate information relevant to the service management system among the various levels and functions of the organization, but does not state what specifically about the service management system must be communicated. The intent behind the clause requirement for an internal communication process is that through the communication of the service management system policies, aspects, objectives, service management programs, procedures, roles and responsibilities and authorities, and other components of the service management system, an organization's employees will be able to successfully complete their assigned tasks and contribute to the process of developing and implementing these components. The key to achieving the goals of internal communication in a service management system is to develop a two-way communication pathway. Communication from top management and communication from line workers who are most familiar with the service management system issues at the organization. Top management must act to support service management system policies and procedures and the overall service management system. Now, let me talk about external communication. External communication generally refers to any communication between an organization and external interested parties regarding service management system issues at the organization. Interested parties could include regulators, customers, suppliers, and vendors, etc. It is intended to ensure that inquiries from external interested parties are addressed in a systematic manner to successfully implement a closer working relationship between the information technology service management system manager and the communication or public relation department will be required to ensure that a response is given that is technically correct and properly communicated. The key to creating an effective communication program is to involve as many employees as possible in the service management system process. This will require initial and continued outreach by top management, but will often result in substantial rewards through innovative and cost-saving procedures forwarded by employees. Reward and other appreciation program can play an important role in involving an interest for this program. Now, coming to subclause 7.5, documented information. Under this clause 7.5, we shall also discuss its subclauses, which are subclause 7.5.1, general, subclause 7.5.2, creating and updating documented information, subclause 7.5.3, control of documented information, subclause 7.5.4, service management system documented information, So, first, let me simply read the requirements of Clause 7.5 Documented Information of the Standard. Subclause 7.5.1 General. The requirement says the organization's service management system shall include Point A. Documented information required by this document. Point B. Documented information required by the organization as being necessary for the effectiveness of the service management system. The clause under a note states that the extent of documented information for a service management system can differ from one organization to another due to the size of the organization and its type of activities, processes, products, and services. Due to the complexity of processes, services, and their interfaces. Due to the competence of persons. Subclause 7.5.2 Creating and updating documented information. When creating and updating documented information, the organization shall ensure appropriate. Point A. Shall ensure appropriate identification and description, for example, a title, date, author, or reference number. Point B. Shall ensure appropriate format. Example, language, software version, graphics, and media. Its example will be paper, electronic. Point C. Shall ensure appropriate review and approval for suitability and adequacy. Subclause 7.5.3 Control of documented information. Subclause 7.5.3.1 Documented information required by the service management system and by this document shall be controlled to ensure Point A. It is available and suitable for use where and when it is needed. Point B. It is adequately protected. Example, from loss of confidentiality, improper use, or loss of integrity. Subclause 7.5.3.2 For the control of documented information, the organization shall address the following activities as applicable. Point A. Distribution, access, retrieval, and use. Point B. Storage and preservation, including preservation of legibility. Point C. Control of changes. Example, version control. Point D. Retention and disposition. Documented information of external origin determined by the organization to be necessary for the planning and operation of the service management system shall be identified as appropriate and controlled. The clause under the note states that access can imply a decision regarding the permission to view the documented information only, or the permission and authority to view and change the documented information. Subclause 7.5.4 Service Management System Documented Information. The documented information for the service management system shall include Point A. Scope of the service management system. Point B. Policy and objectives for service management. Point C. Service management plan. Point D. Change management policy, information security policy, and service continuity plans. Point E. Processes of the organization's service management system. Point F. Service requirements. Point G. Service catalogs. Point H. Service level agreements (SLA). Point I. Contracts with external suppliers. Point J. Agreements with internal suppliers or customers acting as a supplier. Point K. Procedures that are required by this document. Point L. Records required to demonstrate evidence of conformity to the requirements of this document and the organization's service management system. The clause under a note states that Clause 7.5.4 provides a list of the key documents for a service management system. There are other specified requirements in this document for information to be held as documented information, to be documented, or to be recorded. ISO IEC 20000-2 provides additional guidance. Now, let me explain in detail this subclause 7.5 of ISO 20000-1 2018. The term documented information is meant to describe any information that is required to be controlled and maintained by the organization and the medium on which it is contained. Documented information can refer to the service management system and its policies, documentation, and records. So, in brief, it includes anything that you require to be recorded to make sure your service management system functions properly and that you can demonstrate that this is the case. In this, the requirements for documented information are captured and they are fairly basic. A document is information that is written or recorded on some medium, such as paper or computer. A document may specify requirements, for example, a flowchart or technical specification may provide direction, for example, software testing, or show results or evidence of activities performed, for example, records. The term documented information is used for all document requirements in ISO 20000-1 2018. The need to have additional documentation beyond those specified in this standard may depend upon compliance obligations, including regulatory requirements and your own organizational requirements. Other factors to consider may include the complexity of products, services, and processes, type of activities, service management system issues, significant service management aspects, economic risk, effectiveness, and efficiency, the competence, effectiveness, and efficiency, the competence of personnel. This information is expected to be tailored to your company because it is noted that the extent of the documented information can differ due to the size of the organization, the complexity of the organization, and the competence of the people. The organization is responsible for determining what documented information needs to be retained, the period of time for which it is to be retained, and the media to be used for its retention. The requirement to maintain documented information may also include the possibility that the organization can retain that same documented information for a particular purpose. For example, to retain previous version of it. Lastly, there are requirements for the control of documented information, particularly how it is available and suitable for use, it is adequately protected, it is distributed applicably, and access, retrieval, use, storage, and preservation are controlled. Finally, there needs to be control of changes, retention of documented information, and disposition when these documents are removed from use. If you look closely, you will see that these requirements are very much the same as those already in place for documented procedures and records, only merged into one set of requirements. Many people make the mistake of changing the definitions that they use in their management system to match those in the standard when this is not a requirement. The standard is not there to dictate what you will call something or even how will you number any documents that are in your system. If you want to continue to use the terms procedures and record because this is what the people in your company understand, then go ahead. The requirements for the clause 7.5 of ISO 20000-1 standard are there to give you a framework to build a service management system that works the best for your company in your effort to meet legal requirements and improve your service management performance. Now, let us talk about its subclauses. Documented information has 4 subclauses. Let me start with subclause 7.5.1, General. The organization's service management system must include documented information required by ISO 20000-1 2018 standards and also those determined by the organization as being necessary for the effectiveness of the service management system. The extent of documented information for a service management system can differ from an organization to another due to the size of the organization and its type of activities, processes, products, and services. The need to demonstrate fulfillment of its compliance obligations. The need to demonstrate fulfillment of its compliance obligations, the complexity of processes, and their interactions and the competence of persons doing work under the organization's control. Subclause 7.5.2 Creating and updating documented information. When creating and updating documented information, the organization must ensure appropriate identification and description, for example, a title, date, author, or reference number, and format, example, language, software version, graphic, and media, paper, electronic. It must also ensure appropriate review and approval for suitability and adequacy. Now, let's talk about third subclause, which is subclause 7.5.3 Control of documented information. According to clause 7.5.3.1, documented information required by the Service Management System and ISO 20001:2018 standard must be controlled to ensure that it is available and suitable for use, where and when it is needed. It must be adequately protected from loss of confidentiality, improper use, or loss of integrity. According to subclause 7.5.3.2, for the control of documented information, the organization must address the following activities, which are distribution, access, retrieval and use, storage and preservation, including preservation of legibility, control of changes, example, version control, retention and disposition. Documented information of external origin determined by the organization to be necessary for the planning and operation of the environmental management system must also be identified as appropriate and controlled. Access can imply a decision regarding the permission to view the documented information only, or the permission and authority to view and change the documented information. An organization should create and maintain documented information in a manner sufficient to ensure a suitable, adequate, and effective service management system. The primary focus should be on the implementation of the service management system and on service management performance, not on a complex documented information control system. In addition, an organization may choose to create additional documented information for purposes of transparency, accountability, continuity, consistency, training, or ease in auditing. Documented information originally created for purposes. Documented information originally created for purposes other than the service management system may be used. The documented information associated with the service management system may be integrated with other information management systems implemented by the organization. It does not have to be in the form of a manual. At last, once external documents have been determined, they must be identified and they must be controlled. Like internal documents, there must be a title, document number, or other unique identifiers. Such identification typically comes from the source that publishes the document, and the organization simply adopts it. Such identification typically comes from the source that publishes the document, and the organization simply adopts it. Make sure that all the other aspects of control are applied to external documents. Now, coming to the clause 7.5.4, Service Management System Documented Information. According to subclause 7.5.4, the documented information for the service management system shall include the scope of the service management system policy and objectives for service management. Organization must document the service management plan, change management policy, information security policy, and service continuity plan. The processes of the organization's service management system, service requirements, service catalogs, and service level agreements must also be documented as mandatory documents. This clause 7.5.4 says that organization must document the information like contracts with external suppliers, agreements with internal suppliers or customers acting as a supplier, and the procedures that are required by this document. The requirement provided by ISO 20001:2018 concerns retained documented information that provides evidence of conformity. In other words, records that truly met requirements. The organization must ensure that people can't make unauthorized changes to records. This is a restatement of the protection and preservation requirements already discussed. I hope you have a clear idea about this clause 7.5 documented information. Now, coming to clause 7.6 knowledge. Let me simply read the requirements of the clause 7.6 knowledge of the standard. The organization shall determine and maintain the knowledge necessary to support the operation of the service management system and the services. The knowledge shall be relevant, usable, and available to appropriate persons. The clause under a note states that knowledge is specific to the organization, its service management system, services, and interested parties. Knowledge is used and shared to support the achievement of the intended outcome and the operation of the service management system and the services. Now, let's start with clause 7.6. Clause 7.6 has been added newly in ISO 20001-2018 to determine what knowledge is needed to support the service management system and the services, and how this knowledge is maintained and made available. Clause 7.6 says that the organization shall determine and maintain knowledge required as part of the service management system. Clause says that knowledge shall be relevant to support service management system and should be usable to meet out the requirements of service management system. The knowledge should be available to appropriate persons in the organization and should be maintained to make service management system effective. The new ISO 20001-2018 standard introduces the term knowledge, as knowledge was not addressed by previous ISO 20001-2011 standard. The depth of this topic and the approach to it are new. ISO 20001-2018 defines requirements for the handling of organizational knowledge in the following 4 phases, which are corresponding to the PDCA cycle. Determine the knowledge essential for the operation of processes and for achieving conformity of products and services. Maintain knowledge and make it available to the level necessary. Consider the existing knowledge and compare it to the shifting needs and trends. Procure the necessary additional knowledge. The organization should determine the knowledge necessary for the operation of its processes and accomplish conformity of products and services. This knowledge shall be maintained and made available to the level necessary. When talking changing needs and trends, the organization shall consider its current knowledge and determine how to acquire or access any necessary additional knowledge and required updates. Knowledge is specific to the organization. It is generally gained by experience. It is information that is used and shared to achieve the organization's objectives. Knowledge can be based on point A. Internal sources. Example, intellectual property, the knowledge gained from experience, lessons learned from failures and successful projects. Capturing and sharing undocumented knowledge and experience, the results of improvements in processes, products, and services. Point B. External sources. Example, standards, academia, meetings, conferences, gathering knowledge from customers or external sources. Organizations should have a system for determining, collecting, and making available significant data for the operation of its processes to achieve conformity of the service management system. The process for considering and governing former, existing, and supplementary knowledge needs to take account of the organization's context, including its size and complexity, the risks and opportunities it needs to address, and the need for accessibility of knowledge. The equilibrium between knowledge held by capable people and knowledge made available by other means is the choice of the organization, provided that conformity of products and services can be achieved. Requirements regarding knowledge were introduced so as to defend the organization from loss of knowledge which may occur due to staff turnover, failure to capture and share information. Also, the standard desire to encourage organization to acquire knowledge by learning from experience, mentoring, and benchmarking, etc. Firstly, we need to understand that this new clause is not a knowledge management standard, nor does it require an organization to have knowledge management in place as a formal requirement. It is a clause in the standard and requires that adequate attention is paid to knowledge to ensure the good and reliable quality of services. To comply, however, an organization needs to have many knowledge management elements operating as opposed to plan as part of the service management system. Thus, there has to be a correct system for learning from experience, including lesson learning. There has to be an appropriate approach to knowledge retention, including mentoring, implicit knowledge capture, and knowledge sharing. There has to be some form of knowledge audit, knowledge benchmarking, and knowledge strategy, enough to identify the critical knowledge needed to deliver quality services and the main knowledge gaps. There has to be a structure, roles, processes, and supporting technology for maintaining knowledge and making it available to the extent necessary. Now, let me talk about knowledge resources. Business knowledge can exist on several different levels, which I am going to explain now. Individual. Personnel, often tactic knowledge, know-how of some sort. It can also be explicit, but it must be individual in nature. For example, a private diary. Groups, community. Knowledge held in groups but not shared within the rest of the organization. Companies usually consist of communities, most often informally created, which are linked together by common practice. These communities of practice may share common values, language, procedures, know-how, etc. They are a source of learning and a source of tactic, explicit and other types of knowledge. Structural. Knowledge found in processes, culture, etc. This may be understood by many or few members of the organization. Example, the knowledge in the routines used by ethical hackers may not be known by the software engineers who follow these routines. At times, structural knowledge may be the reminder of past, otherwise long forgotten lessons, where the knowledge of this lesson exists exclusively in the process itself. Organizational knowledge is defined as all the knowledge resources within an organization that can be genuinely tapped by that organization. It can therefore reside in individuals and groups or exist at the organizational level. Extra-organizational. It is defined here as knowledge resources existing outside the organization which could be used to enhance the performance of the organization. They include explicit elements like research articles, publications, as well as implicit elements found in communities of practice that span beyond the organization's limits. Now, coming to the advantages of knowledge. A major advantage of knowledge is knowledge transfer. One of the advantages of knowledge is that knowledge is dynamic. Knowledge can be adapted and developed through the processes of learning and sharing. The impact made by individual knowledge is not as great as shared knowledge, so sharing within the organization should be stimulated. When a company has restricted competence to efficiently use certain knowledge, it would be sensible to consider external transfer to third parties who may have the competencies to utilize the knowledge for value creation. For example, a company may have invented a new technology but does not have the capability to produce products based on such invention. The technology can be licensed to a third party that has the production facilities and the marketing and sales capabilities to sell the new product. To ensure the success of this technology transfer, it is essential that tactic knowledge and procedural knowledge are converted to explicit knowledge for easy learning adaptation, and utilization. Friends, we have discussed Clause 7, Support of the Service Management System of ISO 20001 2018. Now, we shall discuss Clause 8, Operation of the Service Management System. Now, let's have an introduction of Subclause 8.1, Operational Planning and Control. Before that, let me tell you about mandatory documents under this subclause of the standard. Clause 8.1 says that the organization shall plan, implement, and control the processes needed to meet the requirements and to implement the actions determined in Clause 6 by keeping documented information to the extent necessary to have confidence that the processes have been carried out as planned. Let me now read the requirements of Subclause 8.1, Operational Planning and Control of the Standard. The organization shall plan, implement, and control the processes needed to meet the requirements and to implement the actions determined in Clause 6 by Point A. By establishing performance criteria for the processes based on requirements. Point B. By implementing control of processes in accordance with the established performance criteria. Point C. By keeping documented information to the extent necessary to have confidence that the processes have been carried out as planned. The organization shall control planned changes to the service management system and review the consequences of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effects as necessary. Refer to Clause 8.5.1. The organization shall ensure that outsourced processes are controlled. Refer to Clause 8.2.3. Coming to the references, the organization shall control planned changes to the service management system and review the consequences of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effects as necessary. You are recommended to read Clause 8.5.1 to understand this. The organization shall ensure that outsourced processes are controlled. Please see Clause 8.2.3 for additional information on it. Now, let's start explaining Clause 8.1. Clause 8.1 of the standard relates to operational planning and control. At first glance, it appears to be a copy of the requirement of ISO 9001:2015, but further reading shows that it is different. If you are setting up your service management system in the direction that the standard has been written, you will have arrived at Clause 8 of the standard with risks, opportunities, and objectives that need to be considered when establishing the service management system. Without this understanding to hand, you could develop a management system that does not address these risks and opportunities or supports the setting objectives. The standard requires us to establish performance criteria for the processes based on the requirements, or in other words, what performance processes are desirable to determine the effectiveness of the processes in the service management system. These might include performance against targets, numbers of occurrences and problems, lost and gained services, volumes against supply and demand, security breaches, customer satisfaction and complaints, plus much more. These measures must be appropriate to each individual business. Don't measure and monitor things that do not bring service improvement or customer satisfaction. Once you understood the measurement criteria, you can initiate to build the service management system to meet these requirements. Implementing control of the processes in accordance with established performance criteria communicated through SLAs, OLAs, and KPIs. A good management system doesn't end there, as it will have determined what documented information needs to be kept to exhibit achievement of measures and compliance to the standard. The control of scheduled changes and the evaluation of consequences of unintended changes leave many with a challenge. We all understand planned changes, especially if we have an effective change management process in place which will naturally control planned changes. However, the consequences of unintended change are a little unclear, probably because it covers a broad subject. So let's cover this further. Unintended change might result from process creep, where a process has been developed and moved away from its agreed path without consultation with other departments that might be affected. And the consequence is the unintended change brought upon other processes which rely on the initial process that has been changed. Other areas where the consequences of unintended change may be found are related to impact of incidents, problems and non-conformities, where the errors have impacts that are either unexpected or unintended and need further consideration. Another example in relation to this standard is service creep, where items of equipment owned by a customer and outside the contracted service agreement are accepted up in the service contract because of poor asset management and configuration management, and you are effectively end up servicing equipment for free. If these types of things occur, it is important that the actions are investigated through to root cause level to prevent their repetition. The final line in clause 8.1 is about outsourced processes. One line that is very important to ensure compliance to the standard. In this standard, if any process is outsourced to a third party, the organization has a responsibility to ensure that the outsourced process is effective through setting appropriate SLAs or OLAs, and agreed service review meetings should be set up. By implementing the rest of clause 8 of this standard, then compliance to 8.1 will be achieved naturally. Now, let's talk about the benefits of implementing clause 8.1. When implemented properly, clause 8.1 should result in the following tangible benefits for your company. The activities related to intake of customer orders, the design of service, purchasing, production or service provision, inspection and testing, and non-conformity control will all be well thought out before you take on work. This will reduce surprises and non-conformities. You will have suitable means of measuring these operational processes in real time, so that if the processes start to deviate, you will know before non-conformity is encountered. You may develop customer-specific or service-specific service management plans, which help tailor the service management system for those cases. Now, coming to clause 8.2, service portfolio. Let me tell you the mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.2, which are clause 8.2.2. The service requirements for existing services, new services, and changes to services shall be determined and documented. Clause 8.2.3. The organization shall determine and document control of parties involved in the service lifecycle. Clause 8.2.4. The organization shall create and maintain one or more service catalogs. Clause 8.3.2. Business relationship management. Under this clause, the customers, users, and other interested parties of the services shall be identified and documented. Clause 8.3.3. Service level management. Under this clause, for each service delivered, the organization shall establish one or more SLAs based on the document service requirements. Clause 8.3.4. For such external supplier, the organization shall agree a documented contract. For each internal supplier or customer acting as a supplier, the organization shall develop, agree, and maintain a documented agreement to define the service level targets, other commitments, activities, and interfaces between the parties. Clause 8.4.3. Capacity management. Under this clause, the capacity requirements for human, technical, information, and financial resources shall be determined, documented, and maintained, taking into consideration the service and performance requirements. Clause 8.5.1.1. Change management policy. Under this clause, a change management policy shall be established and documented. Clause 8.5.2.2. The new or changed services shall be designed and documented to meet the service requirements determined in Clause 8.2.2. Clause 8.6.1. Incident Management. Under this clause, major incidents shall be classified and managed according to documented procedure. Clause 8.6.2. Service Request Management says that service requests shall be recorded and classified. Clause 8.6.3. Problem. Management defines problems shall be recorded and classified. Clause 8.7.1. Service Availability Management says that at planned intervals, the risks to service availability shall be assessed and documented. Clause 8.7.2. Service Continuity Management defines that at planned intervals, the risks to service continuity shall be addressed and documented. Clause 8.7.3.1 says that the information security policy shall be documented and take into consideration the service requirements and the obligations in Clause 6.3. Clause 8.7.3.2 Information Security Controls defines that at planned intervals, the information security risk to the service management system and the services shall be assessed and documented. Decisions about information security control shall be documented. Clause 8.7.3.3 Information Security Incidents. This clause says that information security incidents shall be recorded and classified. Now, let's have an introduction of Clause 8.2 Service Portfolio. This is a new section in the standard in a more comprehensible way. It is supportive here to look at the note from the standard. A service portfolio is used to manage whole life cycle of all services, including projected services, those under development, live services defined in the service catalogs, and services that are to be removed. The management of the service portfolio confirms that the service provider has the right mix of services. Service portfolio activities in this document include planning the services, control of parties involved in the service lifecycle, service catalog management, asset management, and configuration management. In simple words, your organization should know what services it is providing, which ones are upcoming to the end of life, and those that are in the pipeline for initiation. Without this knowledge, it is hard for any organization to establish an effective service management system. Let's talk about planning services. Planning services is a continuous cycle, and when your organization comes to implement a service management system against the requirements of the standard, it will find that processes will possibly be in place that may either meet the requirements of the standard or need slight developments to bring in line with new requirements. Clause 8.2.2 helps your organization to align its existing services to meet the requirements of the standard and should be used as an indication out to other parts of the standard. Example, Clause 8.5 Service Design, Build and Transition. Your organization should understand its service management lifecycle clearly. How do new services get identified and brought into the life situation? How are existing services managed and changed while they are live? And what is the process for bringing a service to end of life? Good project management that covers the full life cycle of a service is potentially a perfect method for managing this component. Once your organization understands its cycle, it can then define the criteria and requirements of existing services, new services, and change to services. This is a documented information requirement in the standard. When determining the criticality of services, there are many impacts that need to be taken into consideration, as there may be need of different interested parties that must be understood. including your organization itself, clienteles, third parties, and suppliers. There may be changes required to working practices of your organization so that the service management system is not at probabilities with the service management policy and service management objectives. The standard says that known limitations and risks must be considered when setting up the service management system. Known limitation is a term that often confuses organizations, but there are no hidden meaning here. Simply, look at the service and determine what could limit the delivery of the service. Human resources, equipment resources, skills, site accessibility times, travel, or specific limitations recorded in the service contract with clients. If your organization conducts a SWOT, SWOT, and PESTLE analysis, this may help to identify known limitations and risks to the services being delivered. Any changes in your organization must be ranked. Further information on this will be given in separate session. Now, let's talk about control of parties involved in the service lifecycle. This swaps the governance of processes operated by other parties in the 2011 standard, and from the outset, the requirements are much clearer than before. With regards the need of your organization with ISO 20001-2018 must be accountable for all components of the management system, irrespective of which party is delivering it. In simple words, when a service is defined, your organization will determine who will deliver each element of the service and set appropriate SLAs and OLAs to ensure that there is a coordinated and effective approach towards the delivery of the service to the customer. When suppliers are selected, there must be clear criteria in place for that selection process to ensure that the suppliers can deliver an effective and reliable service. This should also extend to criteria for acceptable degrees of subcontracting. We need to remember that the further a task is subcontracted away from the original supplier, the more difficult it can become to deliver that service to acceptable quality levels. Typically, organizations add to contracts that if a service is to be subcontracted by the supplier, then appropriate approvals must be gained from your organization coordinating the delivery of the service. Criteria for selection might include ability to deliver on time, effective business, service continuity plans, appropriate certifications, cost, effective service reporting, and right to audit. When determining the measurement and evaluation of performance and effectiveness of services, it is important to ensure that the results will give meaningful data. This is achieved by understanding what information you need from the results to enable improvements to be made. Let us talk about subclause 8.3, relationship and agreement now. But first, the mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.3 are: Clause 8.3.2, business relationship management. Under this clause, the customers, users, and other interested parties of the services shall be identified and documented. Clause 8.3.3, service level management. Under this clause, for each service delivered, the organization shall establish one or more SLAs based on the documented service requirements. Clause 8.3.4, for each external supplier, the organization shall agree a documented contract. For each internal supplier or customer acting as a supplier, the organization shall develop, agree, and maintain a documented agreement to define the service level targets, other commitments, activities, and interfaces between the parties. Now, let's have an introduction of Clause 8.3, Relationship and Agreement. Let me simply read the requirements of Clause 8.3.1 first. The organization may use suppliers to: Point A, to provide or operate services. Point B, to provide or operate service components. Point C, to operate processes or parts of processes that are in the organization's service management system. You can see the figure 2 on screen, which illustrates the usage, agreements, and relationships between the business relationship management, service level management, and supplier management. The clause under Note 1 states that ISO IEC 20000-3 includes examples of supply chain relationships with their potential applicability and scope. And under Note 2, it states that supplier management in this document excludes the procurement of suppliers. Clause 8.3.1 explains what can be delegated to the supplier. Suppliers can carry out services or parts of services and can carry out processes that support services. Now, the requirement of Clause 8.3.2 Business Relationship Management are: the customers, users, and other interested parties of the services shall be identified and documented. The organization shall have one or more designated individuals responsible for managing customers' relationship and maintaining customer satisfaction. The organization shall establish agreements for communicating with its customers and other interested parties. The communication shall promote understanding of the evolving business environment and shall enable the organization to respond to new or changed service requirements. At planned intervals, the organization shall review the performance trends and the outcomes of the services. At planned intervals, the organization shall measure satisfaction with the services based on a representative sample of customers. The results shall be analyzed, reviewed to identify opportunities for improvement and reported. Service complaints shall be recorded, managed to closure, and reported. Where a service complaint is not resolved through the normal channels, a method of escalation shall be provided. Clause 8.3.2 regulates business relationship management. This clause further regulates the process after planning and implementation, namely the process of controlling and repairing. Now, the requirements of Clause 8.3.3 Service Level Management are: the organization and the customer shall agree the services to be delivered. For each service delivered, the organization shall establish one or more SLAs based on the documented service requirements. The SLAs shall include service level targets, workload limits, and exceptions. At planned intervals, the organization shall monitor, review, and report on: Point A. Performance against service level targets. Point B. Actual and periodic changes in workload compared to workload limits in the SLAs. Where service level targets are not met, the organization shall identify opportunities for improvement. The clause under a note states that agreement of the services to be delivered between the organization and its customers can take many forms, such as documented agreement, minutes of verbal agreement in a meeting, agreement indicated by email, or agreement to terms of service. Let me explain Clause 8.3.3 now. Clause 8.3.3 regulates service level management. The organization and customer need to agree on the service level. Service requirements need to be clearly documented. And this is the basis of SLA. SLAs also need to include targets, workloads, and exceptions. For example, internet services can work with the assumption that there are so many users. Also, for example, displayed exceptions, for example, at certain times there will be a reduction in service quality. There needs to be a process of monitoring, reviewing, and reporting on service level agreements. The process needs to include comparison of SLAs and their realization. There should also be a comparison between workloads that actually exist and those written on the SLA. If it turns out that the two indicators cannot be met, then an effort is needed to identify the improvement plan and analyze the cause. Now, What are the requirements of subclause 8.3.4 Supplier Management? Clause 8.3.4 regulates supplier management. It has two subclauses. Subclause 8.3.4.1 regulates the management of external suppliers, while clause 8.3.4.2 regulates the management of internal suppliers. What subclause 8.3.4.1 Management of External Suppliers of a Standard says? The organization shall have one or more designated individuals responsible for managing the relationship, contracts, and performance of external suppliers. For each external supplier, the organization shall agree a documented contract. The contract shall include or contain a reference to: Point A. Scope of the services, service components, processes, or parts of processes to be provided or operated by the external supplier. Point B. Requirements to be met by the external supplier. Point C. Service level targets or other contractual obligations. Point D. Authorities and responsibilities of the organization and the external supplier. The organization shall assess the alignment of service level targets or other contractual obligations for the external supplier against SLAs with customers and manage identified risks. The organization shall define and manage the interfaces with the external supplier. At planned intervals, the organization shall monitor the performance of the external supplier. Where service level targets or other contractual obligations are not met, the organization shall ensure that opportunities for improvement are identified. At planned intervals, the organization shall review the contract against current service requirements. Changes identified for the contract shall be assessed for the impact of the change on the service management system and the services before the change is approved. Disputes between the organization and the external supplier shall be recorded and managed to closure. Coming to the explanation part of clause 8.3.4.1. In clause 8.3.4.1, it is written that, like the customer, the supplier must be monitored by at least one responsible individual. For each external supplier, there must be a contract document governing the collaboration between the organization and the external party. The contract needs to contain some information as stated in the standard documents from point A to point D. It is necessary to study the relationship between agreements with external parties and compliance with SLAs and risks. Relationship between external parties also require well-defined and clear media. As with services to customers, the performance of external parties also needs to be monitored and followed up if not achieved. Contracts that have been made need to be evaluated and updated as needed. If there are disputes between the organization and external parties, there needs to be handling and resolution. Coming to the explanation part of clause 8.3.4.2. It regulates internal suppliers and customers who acts as suppliers. As with external parties, internal suppliers need to establish agreements with organizations. Also, if there is a failure to reach an agreement, it must be followed up and resolved. Let us discuss subclause 8.4, Supply and Demand of ISO 20000-1 2018. But before that, let me tell you about the mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.4. And these are clause 8.4.3, Capacity Management. Under this clause, the capacity requirements for human, technical, information, and financial resources shall be determined, documented, and maintained, taking into consideration the service and performance requirements. Now, let's have an introduction of clause 8.4, Supply and Demand. Clause 8.4 regulates the management of supply and demand. This clause governs budgeting and accounting for services, demand management, capacity management. It has three subclauses, which are subclause 8.4.1, budgeting and accounting for services, subclause 8.4.2, demand management, and subclause 8.4.3, capacity management. Let me simply read the requirements of clause 8.4.1 first. The organization shall budget and account for services or groups of services in accordance with its financial management policies and processes. Costs shall be budgeted to enable effective financial control and decision making for the services. At planned intervals, the organization shall monitor and report on actual costs against the budget, review the financial forecasts, and manage costs. The clause under a note states that many, but not all organizations charge for their services. Budgeting and accounting for services in this document excludes charging to ensure applicability to all organizations. Coming to the explanation part of subclause 8.4.1. Subclause 8.4.1 regulates the budgeting and accounting of services. The budgeting process is indeed closely related to planning, but the accounting process is closely related to control and follow-up process. So requirement is to understand planning, control and follow-up process to understand this subclause 8.4.1. Now, let me read the requirements of subclause 8.4.2, demand management. At planned intervals, the organization shall: point A, shall determine current demand and forecast future demand for services. Point B, shall monitor and report on demand and consumption of services. The clause under a note states that demand management is responsible for understanding current and future customer demand for services. Capacity management works with demand management to plan and provide sufficient capacity to meet the demand. Clause 8.4.2 deals with demand management, more related to the control process and follow-up. Based on the history of capacity usage, it can be followed up with capacity planning in the coming period. Now, the third subclause is clause 8.4.3, capacity management. This clause says that the capacity requirements for human, technical, information, and financial resources shall be determined, documented, and maintained, taking into consideration the service and performance requirements. The organization shall plan capacity to include: point A, current and forecast capacity based on demand for services. Point B, expected impact on capacity of agreed service level targets, requirements for service availability and service continuity. Point C, timescales and thresholds for changes to service capacity. The organization shall provide sufficient capacity to meet agreed capacity and performance requirements. The organization shall monitor capacity usage, analyze capacity and performance data, and identify opportunities for improved performance. Clause 8.4.3 regulates capacity management. The capacity of each resource needs to be measured and its relation calculated in supporting services and service level services. The organization needs to provide sufficient capacity and conduct evaluations and follow up on its realization. Coming now to subclause 8.5.1, change management. The mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.5.1 are: clause 8.5.1.1, change management policy. Under this clause, a change management policy shall be established and documented. According to clause 8.5.1.2, requests for change, including proposals to add, remove, or transfer services, shall be recorded and classified. And as per subclause 8.5.1.3, the results and conclusions drawn from the analysis of change records shall be recorded and reviewed to identify opportunities for improvement. Now, let's have an introduction of clause 8.5.1, change management. Let me explain subclause 8.5.1.1, change management policy. This clause specifies the requirements for change management policy. The clause says that top management should establish a change management policy to define various service components that are under the control of change management. The change management policy shall also be documented. The change management policy shall contain different categories of changes including the critical changes done during an emergency along with their management. The change management policy shall be established and documented to define measures to control changes with the potential to have a major impact on consumers or services. Now, let me explain subclause 8.5.1.2, Change Management Initiation. The clause says that requests for change, including proposals to add, remove, or transfer services, shall be recorded and classified. The organization shall use service design and transition in clause 8.5.2 for adding new services to the potential to have a major impact on consumers or other services as determined by change management policy. The organization shall use service design and transition in clause 8.5.2 for adding new services with the potential to have a major impact on customers or other services as determined by the change management policy. The organization shall use service design and transition for making changes to services with the perspective to have a major impact on consumers or other services as determined by the change management policy. It shall be used for categorization of change that is to be managed by service design and transition according to the change management policy. The organization shall use service design and transition for removal of a service. It shall be used to transfer of an existing service from the organization to a customer or other party and vice versa. Assessing, approving, scheduling and reviewing of new or changed service in the scope of clause 8.5.2 shall be managed through the change management activities as defined in subclause 8.5.1.3. Request for change not being managed through clause 8.5.2 shall be managed through the change management activities in subclause 8.5.1.3. Coming to subclause 8.5.1.3, change management activities. Now, this subclause 8.5.1.3, change management activities, specifies that the organization and interested parties shall make decisions on the approval and priority of requests for change. Decision making shall take into consideration the risks, business benefits, feasibility, and financial impact. Decision making shall also consider potential impacts of the change on existing services, customers, users, and other interested parties. This will also consider the major impact of the changes on existing policies and plans required by this document. Decision making shall also consider potential impact of the changes on existing capacity, service availability, service continuity, and information security, along with on other requests for change, release, and plans for deployment. Changes approved by the top management shall be prepared and verified and also tested wherever possible. The proposed deployment dates and other deployment details for approved changes shall be communicated to interested parties. According to the clause, the activities to reverse or remedy an unsuccessful change shall be planned and, where possible, tested. All unsuccessful changes shall be examined and agreed actions taken. The organization shall review changes for its effectiveness and take actions agreed with interested parties. As per subclause 8.5.1.3, at scheduled intervals, requests for change record shall be analyzed to detect trends. The results and conclusions drawn from the analysis shall be recorded and reviewed to identify opportunities for improvement. Let us discuss subclause 8.5.2, Service Design and Transition. The mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.5.2 are: under clause 8.5.2.2, the new or changed service shall be designed and documented to meet the service requirements determined in clause 8.2.2. Now, let's have an introduction of clause 8.5.2, Service Design and Transition. The clause 8.5.2 regulates service design and transition. It includes service plans, service designs, and regulates builds and transitions. It has three subclauses. Subclause 8.5.2.1, plan new or change services, subclause 8.5.2.2 design, and subclause 8.5.2.3 build and transition. Let me explain subclause 8.5.2.1 plan new or change services. Subclause 8.5.2.1 plan new or change services is to set plans before live services. This plan includes several things contained in a standard document which I shall explain later. This clause also regulates services that undergo deletion and transfer. CI also needs to be considered. According to the clause, planning shall use the service requirements for the new or change services determined in subclause 8.2.2 and shall include or contain a reference to authorities and responsibilities for design, build, and transition activities. It shall also include reference to the activities to be performed by the organization or other parties with their timescales. This subclause 8.5.2.1 shall contain a reference to human, technical, information, and financial resources along with the dependencies on other services. It shall also include testing needed for the new or change services and service acceptance criteria. Clause says that it shall contain intended outcomes from delivering the new or change services, expressed in measurable terms, and also the impact on the service management system, other services, planned changes, customers, users, and other interested parties. For services that are to be removed, the planning shall additionally include the date or dates for the removal of the services and the activities for archiving, disposal, or transfer of data, documented information, and service components. For services that are to be transferred, the planning shall additionally include the date or dates for the transfer of the services and the activities for the transfer of data, documented information, knowledge, and service components. The CIs affected by new or change services shall be managed through configuration management. Now, let me explain subclause 8.5.2.2 design. The subclause 8.5.2.2 design specifies that the new or changed services shall be designed and documented to meet the service requirements determined in clause 8.2.2. The design shall include relevant items like point A. Authorities and responsibilities of parties involved in the delivery of the new or changed services. Point B. Requirements for changes to human, technical, information, and financial resources. Point C. Requirements for appropriate education, training, and experience. Point D. New or changed SLAs, contracts, and other documented agreements that support the services. Point E. Changes to the service management system, including new or changed policies, plans, processes, procedures, measures, and knowledge. Point F. Impact on the services. Point G. Updates to the service catalogs. Coming to subclause 8.5.2.3 Build and transition now. Clause 8.5.2.3 regulates and build and transition process. Clause 8.5.2.3 regulates the build and transition process. The subclause 8.5.2.3 build and transition says that the new or changed services shall be built and tested to verify that they meet the service requirements, conform to the documented design, and meet the agreed service acceptance criteria. If the service acceptance criteria are not met, the organization and interested parties shall make a decision on necessary actions and deployment. Release and deployment management shall be used to deploy approved new or changed services into the live environment. Following the completion of the transition activities, the organization shall report to interested parties on the achievements against the intended outcomes. So to summarize subclause 8.5.2.3, we can say services that are built need to be made and go through the stages of testing, verification, and meeting the requirements. The service also needs to be in accordance with documented design. If it turns out there are requirements that have not been met, there needs to be a follow-up agreement from the relevant parties. Release and deployment need to be used when transitioning in a live environment. This transition process needs to be continually communicated to related parties. Now, coming to subclause 8.5.3, Release and Deployment Management. Clause 8.5.3 explains about release and deployment management. Each release needs to be classified into several classifications. According to clause 8.5.3, the organization shall define the types of release, including release under emergency conditions, their occurrence, and how they are to be managed. The clause says that the organization shall plan the deployment of new or altered services and its components into the live environment. The planning shall be done in coordinated with change management, which is described under clause 8.5.1 of the standard, and also include references to related requests for a change, recognized errors or problems which are being closed through the release. Clause specifies that planning shall also include the dates for deployment of each release, deliverables, and the methods of deployment of release. As per the clause 8.5.3, the release shall be verified against the documented acceptance criteria and approved by the management before the deployment. If the acceptance criteria are not met, the organization and other interested parties shall make a decision on essential actions and further deployment. Before deployment of a release into the live environment, a baseline of the affected CIs shall be taken. The release shall be deployed into the live environment so that the integrity of the services and service component is maintained. According to clause 8.5.3 of the standard, the organization shall monitor and analyze the success or failure of releases. The measurements for monitoring and analyzing shall include all incidents related to a release in the period following deployment of a release. The results and conclusions drawn from the analysis shall be recorded and reviewed by management to identify opportunities for improvement. Clause also specifies that information about the success or failure of releases and future release dates shall be made available for other service management activities as appropriate. Now, let me talk about clause 8.6, Resolution and Fulfillment. First, coming to the mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.6, required to meet this service requirement. According to clause 8.6.1, Incident Management, major incidents shall be classified and managed according to a documented procedure. Coming to the mandatory records, clause 8.6.2, Service Request Management says that service requests shall be recorded and classified. And clause 8.6.3, Problem Management defines problem shall be recorded and classified. Clause 8.6.3, Problem Management defines problem shall be recorded and classified. Let us discuss about the outcome of this session. After completing this session, you will be enabled to understand resolution and their fulfillment requirements necessary to support the operation of the service management system of the standard. You will also have an idea about incident management, service request management, and problem management after completing this session. Now, let's have an introduction of clause 8.6, Resolution and Fulfillment. This clause has three subclauses, which are subclause 8.6.1, Incident Management, subclause 8.6.2, Service Request Management, and subclause 8.6.3, Problem Management. Let us start with subclause 8.6.1, Incident Management. According to clause, incidents shall be point A, recorded and classified. Point B, prioritize taking into consideration impact and urgency. Point C, escalated if needed. Point D, resolved, and point E, closed. Management will update the records of incidents with actions taken. The organization shall determine criteria to identify a major incident. Major incidents shall be classified and managed according to a documented procedure. Top management shall be kept informed of major incidents. The organization shall assign responsibility for managing each major incident. After the incident has been resolved, the major incident shall be reported and reviewed to identify opportunities for improvement. Now, coming to subclause 8.6.2, Service Request Management. The clause specifies that service requests shall be: Point A, recorded and classified. Point B, prioritized. Point C, fulfilled. And point D, closed. Records of service requests shall be updated with actions taken. Instructions for the fulfillment of service requests shall be made available to persons involved in service request fulfillment. Let me explain about subclause 8.6.1, Incident Management, and subclause 8.6.2, Service Request Management together. Incident and service request management processes, request fulfillment process, are one of the major processes of the standard which aims to quick restoration of IT service. This process can be easily fit into major organizations. Individual organization can follow this process for their IT operation and do the tailoring accordingly. Many IT operation people do not relate interruption with business value that is being lost. Hence, for any interruption, if they focus on restoring service first instead of doing detailed analysis in primary stage, interruption will be less. If interruption is less, business loss will be less too, which can be revenue loss, reputation loss, productivity loss, etc. Incidents and service requests are different too, which require different focus in terms of analysis. Like service requests are mainly for increasing business productivity by serving different IT-related requests where service are interruption to business. All requirements in this clause of the ISO IEC 20000-1 are generic and are intended to be applicable to all service providers regardless of type, size, and the nature of the services delivered. Now, coming to the benefits of it. The customer is the one who will judge the efficiency of your organization being their IT service provider. But they don't see your developers, designers, network administrators, etc. What they see is your frontline, that is, the people involved in the incident and service request management process. It is according to their efficiency that the whole organization will be assessed. So, in order to keep your customers and management happy, but also to simplify daily work of your own staff, efficient incident and service request management is vital. Interfaces to other processes are not only a must, but they are also your chance to excel both internally as well as externally. Now, coming to subclause 8.6.3, Problem Management of ISO 20000-1-2018. This clause specifies that the organization shall analyze data and trends on incidents to identify problems. The organization shall undertake root cause analysis and determine potential action. The organization shall undertake root cause analysis and determine potential actions to prevent the occurrence or recurrence of incidents. As per the clause requirements, problems shall be: Point A, recorded and classified. Point B, shall be prioritized. Point C, shall be escalated if needed. Point D, shall be resolved if possible. And point E, shall be closed. Organization will update the records of problems with actions taken. Changes needed for problem resolution shall be managed according to the change management policy. I would recommend you to refer clause 8.5.1 of the standard for more information about change management. The organization shall define actions to reduce or exclude the impact of the problem on the services. Where the root cause has been identified but the problems has not been permanently resolved. Clause 8.6.3 says that known errors shall be recorded and up-to-date information on known errors and problem resolutions shall be made available to other service management activities as appropriate. The organization shall also monitor, review, and report the effectiveness of problem resolution at planned intervals. Let us understand the subclause 8.7, Service Assurance now. This clause has three subclauses, which are subclause 8.7.1, Service Availability Management, Subclause 8.7.2 Service Continuity Management and Subclause 8.7.3 Information Security Management. Let us start with Subclause 8.7.1 Service Availability Management. According to Subclause 8.7.1 of the standard, the organization should assess and document the risks to service availability at planned intervals. Clause specifies that the organization shall determine the service availability requirements and targets, relevant business requirements, service level agreements, and risks should be taken into consideration by the organization under the agreed requirements. The organization should document and maintain the service availability requirements and targets. Clause 8.7.1 says that the organization should monitor the service availability, record the results, and compare them with the targets. For any unplanned non-availability, organization should investigate and take necessary actions. Important to note here that risks identified in Subclause 6.1 of the standard can provide input to the risk of the service availability, service continuity, and information security. So I recommend you all to refer to Subclause 6.1 for better understanding of Subclause 8.7 Service Assurances. Now, coming to Subclause 8.7.2 Service Continuity Management. The Clause 8.7.2 Service Continuity Management specifies that the organization should assess and document the risk to service continuity at planned intervals. The organization should also determine the service continuity requirements, relevant business requirements, service level agreements, and risk should be taken into consideration by the organization under the agreed requirements. Clause 8.7.2 says that the organization shall create, implement, and maintain one or more service continuity plans as per requirement. The service continuity plan or plans shall include or contain a reference to the criteria and responsibilities for invoking service continuity. It should include the procedures to be implemented in the event of a major loss of service. The service continuity plan should contain the targets for service availability when the service continuity plan is invoked. As per the clause, the plan should include the service recovery requirements and procedures for returning to normal working conditions. Clause 8.7.2 specifies that the service continuity plan or plans and list of contacts shall be accessible when access to the normal service location is prevented. According to clause, organization should test the service continuity plan against the service continuity requirements at planned intervals. The service continuity plan should be retested after major changes to the service environment. As per clause 8.7.2, organization must record the results of the test and reviews should be conducted after each test and after the service continuity plan has been invoked. If any deficiencies are found, the organization should take the necessary actions to manage them. If the service continuity plan has been invoked, the organization should report on the cause, impact, and recovery. So it was all about Subclause 8.7.2. Now, coming to the mandatory documentation requirements as evidence or proof under this clause 8.7 required to meet the service requirement. Subclause 8.7.2 Service Continuity Management defines that at planned intervals, the risk to service continuity shall be assessed and documented. Friends, let's talk about Subclause 8.7.3 Information Security Management. Security-related incidents are usually the most important ones for any organization. Therefore, the people who are handling incidents need to have an open communication channel with security management. The clause 8.7.3 Information Security Management has three subclauses, which are Subclause 8.7.3.1 Information Security Policy, Subclause 8.7.3.2 Information Security Controls, and Subclause 8.7.3.3 Information Security Incidents. Let's start with Subclause 8.7.3.1 Information Security Policy. The Subclause 8.7.3.1 says that the management with appropriate authority should approve an information security policy relevant to the organization. the information security policy should be documented as mandatory documentation. The policy should take into consideration the service requirements and the obligations as specified under subclause 6.3c of the standard. According to the clause, the information security policy shall be made available as appropriate. The organization shall communicate the importance of conforming to the information security policy and its capability to the service management system and the services to appropriate persons within. Point A, the organization. Point B, customers and users. And point C, external suppliers, internal suppliers, and other interested parties. Now, let's discuss about subclause 8.7.3.2, Information Security Controls. Subclause 8.7.3.2, Information Security Controls, specifies that the organization should assess and document the information security risk to the service management system and the services at planned intervals. Information security controls shall be determined, implemented, and operated by the organization to support the information security policy and should address the identified information security risks. Organization must document the decisions about information security controls. As per subclause 8.7.3, the organization should agree and implement information security controls to address information security risks related to external organizations. Clause says that the organization should monitor and review the effectiveness of information security controls and should take necessary actions whenever required. Let me talk about subclause 8.7.3.3, Information Security Incidents now. According to subclause 8.7.3.3, information security incidents shall be: Point A, recorded and classified. Point B, prioritized, taking into consideration the information security risk. Point C, escalated if needed. Point D, resolved. And point E, closed. The organization shall analyze the information security incidents by type, volume, and impact on the service management system, services, and interested parties. The clause specifies that the organization should report and review information security incidents to verify opportunities for further improvement. It is important to note here that ISO IEC 27000 series specifies requirements and provides guidance to support the implementation and operation of an information security management system. ISO IEC 27013 provides guidance on the integration of ISO IEC 27001 and ISO IEC 20000-1, which is this document. So it is recommended to refer these standards for a better understanding of the requirement for this clause 8.7.3, Information Security Management. Now, coming to the mandatory document requirements under clause 8.7.3. The clause 8.7.3.1 says that information security policy shall be documented and take into consideration the service requirements and the obligations in clause 6.3. Subclause 8.7.3.2, Information Security Control, defines that at planned intervals, the information security risk to the service management system and the services shall be assessed and documented. Decisions about information security control shall be documented. And the subclause 8.7.3.3, Information Security Incidents, say that information security incidents shall be recorded and classified. Friends, we have covered clause 8, Operation of the Service Management System of ISO 20000-1 2018. The clause 9 of the standard has 4 subclauses, which are subclause 9.1, Monitoring, Measurement, Analysis and Evaluation. Subclause 9.2, Internal Audit. Subclause 9.3, Management Review. And subclause 9.4, Service Reporting. Now, let's start with clause 9.1, Monitoring, Measurement, Analysis and Evaluation. Clause 9.1 is actually all about measuring how well organization is doing. This is the check part of plan, do, check, act, or also known as PDCA cycle. The standard emphasizes both on a process approach and the need to utilize a review or checking phase from the plan, do, check, act approach. The standard mandates determining what data needs to be collected, how the data is collected and interpreted, and what results should be acted upon from a variety of inputs at various points in the service management process. These results must in turn be verified, that is, audited, and they must be subject to management's direct review. This process also must itself be evaluated for effectiveness. The standard states that organizations are required to meet both stated and intended needs of their customers. Data on the degree of customer satisfaction needs to be collected, analyzed, and monitored to ensure customer expectations are being met. Data collection methods include surveys, direct customer communication, warranty activity, and sales channels report. The data collected can include measures around on-time delivery, product, service quality, or order accuracy. The standard also wants the organization to identify and manage communication during the entire customer lifecycle. This includes how complaints will be addressed and solved, and how customer perception and satisfaction will be monitored and improved. Data that reflects the performance of the service management system must be analyzed and evaluated to determine if improvements need to be made. Examples of data to monitor and measure include customer satisfaction, non-conformities, effectiveness of risk management, and external provider performance. Coming to the requirement of a standard of clause 9.1 specifies that the organization shall determine point A. What needs to be monitored and measured for the service management system and the services. Point B. The methods for monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation as applicable to ensure valid results. Point C. When the monitoring and measuring shall be performed. Point D. When the results from monitoring and measurement shall be analyzed and evaluated. The organization shall retain appropriate documented information as evidence of the results. The organization shall evaluate the service management system performance against the service management objectives and evaluate the effectiveness of the service management system. The organization shall evaluate the effectiveness of the services against the service requirements. You should note the additional requirement for your organization to evidence the evaluation of the results of monitoring and measurement, not just their analysis, and confirm that your organization has considered what, how, and when to measure, and that the outcomes of decisions results are ensuring appropriate process control. Also note a new requirement to monitor the performance and effectiveness of your organization's service management system. You should expect to see that your organization has developed a process to identify, collect, and analyze various data and information from both internal and external sources, including monitoring and measuring results, process performance results, meeting objectives, internal audit findings, customer surveys and feedback, second or third party audit results, competitor and benchmarking information, product test results, supplier performance information. This input, that is information and data, should reflect upon the adequacy, suitability, and effectiveness of the service management system and its processes. The output, that is result of the analysis, must provide information like understanding, insight, awareness, confidence, etc. The analysis output must provide insight to customer satisfaction and perception, product conformance, process performance, product and process characteristics, trends in products and processes, opportunities for preventive action, suppliers and subcontractors. Other potential or useful options might include need for corrective action, opportunity for improvement, and competition. It is important to document and retain as evidence the results of the evaluation of performance of the service management system. The service management objectives established under Clause 6.2 provides useful input into addressing this clause. Monitoring and measuring service management system operations and activities will establish a mechanism to ensure that your organization is meeting its policies, objectives, and targets. In order to meet this requirement, your organization must perform 6 steps. Step 1 is to identify the activities that can have a significant impacts and risks. Step 2 is to determine key characteristics of the activity to be monitored. Step 3 is to select the best way to measure the key characteristics. Step 4 is to record data on performance, controls, and conformance with objectives and targets. Step 5 is to determine the frequency with which to measure the key characteristics, and the step 6 is to establish management review and reporting. Establish the monitoring and tracking criteria for each activity that has a significant impact or risk and review the action plan. I hope that you have better idea about subclause 9.1 at this moment. Now coming to subclause 9.2, internal audit. The clause 9.2 of the standard has two subclauses, subclause 9.2.1 and subclause 9.2.2. We shall discuss these subclauses in this session. Let's start with subclause 9.2.1. Subclause 9.2.1 specifies that the organization shall conduct internal audits at planned intervals to provide information on whether the service management system conforms to the organization's own requirements for its service management system and also conforms to the requirement of this document. Clause also specifies that internal audit is effectively implemented and maintained to meet out the requirement of the standard. Now, coming to subclause 9.2.2. Subclause 9.2.2 says that the organization shall plan, establish, implement, and maintain an audit program, including the frequency, methods, responsibilities, planning requirements, and reporting. While auditing, the organization shall take into consideration the importance of the processes concerned, changes affecting the organization, and the results of previous audits. Clause 9.2.2 also specifies that organization should define the audit criteria and scope for each audit and shall select auditors and conduct audits to ensure objectivity and the impartiality of the audit process to meet out the requirements of the standard. According to this clause 9.2.2, organization must ensure that the results of the audits are reported to relevant management, and organization shall retain the documented information as evidence or proof of implementation of audit program and the audit results to meet out the service management system requirements. Further, I would like to mention that ISO 19011 provides guidelines on auditing management systems, and so you are recommended to study ISO 19011 for better understanding of clause 9.2.2. As a conclusion of clause 9.2, we can see that audit findings lead to great improvement in the effectiveness and efficiency of the system. In order to confirm that the service management system conforms to the ISO 20001:2018 standard and the organization's standards, internal audits must be conducted at planned intervals. A formal internal audit program needs to be established which defines the methods used, scope, and frequency, as well as the assigning responsibility to objective and impartial audits. A formal internal audit program needs to be established which defines the methods used, scope, and frequency, as well as assigning responsibility to objective and impartial auditors. The results of internal audits are used to make corrections and improvements to the service management system. Let me give you some tips to help get the most from your internal audits. Tip 1. Make sure the authority of the audit team is established and the auditors are trained and independent of the areas they are to audit. This will increase the cooperation from auditees. Tip number 2. Decide which areas of the organization will be audited and the frequency of the audits. Tip number 3. Develop an audit plan with needed audit resources, checklists, etc. and determine the purpose of the audit. Tip number 4. Conduct an opening meeting with the auditee. Now, some of the tips you must know to implement during an audit. Tip number 1. Be professional at all times and avoid being judgmental. Tip number 2. Follow all required procedures like safety procedures, clean room procedures, etc. Tip number 3. Explain the purpose of the audit to the auditees and answer questions or discuss compliance problems brought to your attention by auditees. Tip number 4. Be flexible and encourage honesty with the auditees. Let me give you some tips to be implemented after the audit. Tip number 1. Hold an auditor's meeting to discuss the closing meeting content. Tip number 2. Point out what was done well and then address the non-conformances and ensure the auditees understand the non-conformance and what part of the standard is not met. Tip number 3. Issue the audit report in a timely manner. Tip number 4. Be available and willing to help the auditees. Tip number 5. Ask for feedback on how you and your audit team were perceived and adjust your approach if necessary. So friends, this was the explanation of subclause 9.2, internal audit. And now, coming to the mandatory document requirements under clause 9.2. The subclause 9.2.2 says that the organization shall retain documented information as evidence of the implementation of the audit program and the audit results. Now, let us discuss subclause 9.3, management review. According to subclause 9.3 of ISO 20000-1/2018, top management shall review the organization's service management system at planned intervals to ensure its continuing suitability, adequacy, effectiveness, and alignment with the strategic direction of the organization. The management review shall include consideration of the status of actions from previous management reviews and the changes in external and internal issues that are relevant to the service management system. As per clause, management review shall contain the information on the performance and effectiveness of the service management system, including trends in non-conformities and corrective actions, monitoring and measurement results, and audit results. Clause 9.3 specifies that management review shall include the opportunities for continual improvement, and it should also contain the feedback from customers and other interested parties. Adherence to and the suitability of the service management policy and other policies required by this document should be included in management review. According to this clause, achievement of service management objectives, performance of the services, and performance of other parties involved in the delivery of the services should be included in management review. Management review shall contain the current and forecast human, technical, information, and financial resource levels and human and technical resource capabilities, and also the results of risk assessment and the effectiveness of actions taken to address risks and opportunities. As per clause 9.3, management review should contain the changes that can affect the service management system and the services. The output of management review shall include decisions related to continual improvement opportunities and any need for changes to the service management system and the services. Clause specifies that the organization shall retain documented information as evidence of the results of management review. In simple words, you need to identify any changes to your service management system that could potentially make your organization more or less suitable. Adequacy means that the organization must make sure that people, processes, infrastructure, and your environment are satisfactory to meet the service management system requirements. Addressing effectiveness, your organization must achieve its planned activities. Lastly, the organization must take any chance to realign with the service management system if there are changes. As a conclusion, data collected on service management system performance, that is, consumer inputs and internal audits, etc., and purpose of any support, changes, or improvements must be reviewed and discussed by top management at planned intervals. Actions generated from the review must be recorded and implemented, as they will be follow-up on during the next management review. So friends, this was the explanation of subclause 9.3, management review, And now, coming to the mandatory documents requirements under clause 9.3. The subclause 9.3 states that organization shall retain documented information as evidence of the results of management reviews. Now, coming to subclause 9.4, service reporting. Clause 9.4 includes general reporting requirements. Service reporting requirements to produce reports appear in relevant subclauses in clauses 8, 9, and 10. Subclause 9.4 service reporting states that the organization shall determine reporting requirements and their purpose. Reports on the performance and effectiveness of the service management system and the services shall be produced using information from the service management system activities and delivery of the services. According to clause, service reporting shall include trends and the organization shall make decisions and take actions based on the findings in service reports. Clause also specifies that agreed action shall be communicated to interested parties. Clause 9.4 exclusively states that the reports that are required are specified in the relevant clauses in this document. Additional reports can also be produced by the organization if desired. We have covered Clause 9 Performance Evaluation of ISO 20001 2018. Now, we shall talk about Clause 10 Improvement. Let me begin with subclause 10.1 Non-conformity and corrective action. Clause 10.1 has two subclauses, subclause 10.1.1 and subclause 10.1.2. Subclause 10.1 is basically a part of Clause 10 improvement requirement within ISO 20001 2018. It concerns the action an organization takes to address service management system oriented non-conformities. The corrective action that follows from non-conformity is also a key part of the service management system improvement process that needs to be demonstrated along with any other consequences caused by the non-conformity. ISO 20001 Clause 10.1 actually offers up the process for organizations to follow as a fundamental part of the standard, and smart organizations will integrate the process into that of a wider continuous improvement requirement in line with Clause 10.2. Clause 10, containing Section 10.1 and 10.2, covers the ACT part of Plan, Do, Check, Act (PDCA) cycle. This clause helps an organization react to non-conformities, evaluate them, and take corrective actions with the end goal of continually improving how it runs its daily activities. Organizations should note the new requirement to consider improvement with respect to its processes, products, and services, and the performance of the service management system overall. You should continue to seek objective evidence that improvement is taking place. They should note, however, that while improvement does not need to be continual, it does need to be evidenced as occurring. Auditors should also note the removal of the explicit requirement for the organization to improve its service management system through the review of the service management policy, objectives, audit results, analysis of data, and corrective actions, and management review. A simple process approach includes identifying the non-conformity and reacting to it, both correcting or controlling it, and dealing with the consequences. The approach also includes evaluating if there is a root cause issue that should be addressed. For example, from pattern, measurement, and other issues that might tie in with other parts of the service management system that could be evident through Clause 9.3, management reviews, and other parts of the operation. The process approach contains reviewing the effectiveness of any changes or interventions, that is, monitoring it, and making other changes to the service management system as needed. According to the clause, organizations should make it sure that the work done on the way is documented. Some organizations may have sign-off and approval processes to consider within the process, especially for investment in change or because of delivery of failures and losses that may occur. Auditors should look for evidence that the organization is considering improvement in respect of its processes, products, and services, and the performance of the service management system overall. In the case of products and services, this is to meet not just known but predicted requirements. They should note that there is no longer a requirement to audit preventive action as a distinct entity. If top management has set realistic process objectives and there is no evidence of improvement, this information should feed back via the audit report to allow top management to determine what type of action is appropriate. Now, let me explain about non-conformity and how should organizations deal with it. Non-conformity is basically non-fulfillment of a requirement of the service management system. Non-conformity cannot always be avoided because faults do happen in the organization. However, what is important is that the issue is identified and controlled accordingly when it presents itself. Requirements are needs or expectations that are specified, implied, or mandatory. There are several types of non-conformities such as failure to fulfill a requirement either completely or partially of ISO, IEC 20000-1 within the service management system, failure to properly conform to the requirement, rule, or control stated by the service management system, partial or entire failure to suit legitimate, contractual, or agreed customer requirements. Some examples are persons not performing needless to say-by procedures and policies, contractors not providing agreed services, and projects not delivering expected results. And when it comes to controlling non-conformity, there are three basic steps. Step number 1 is identifying the problem. Step 2 is recording it. Step 3 is taking appropriate action to put an end to it. In general, here are few steps which should be adopted, and these steps are: Step 1 is identifying the extent and impact of the non-conformity. Step 2 is choosing the corrections so as to limit the impact of the non-conformity. To identify effective corrective action, it is strongly advised to complete a root cause analysis of the issue that occurred. If you don't get to the bottom of why or how it happened, then it is likely that whatever fix you implement will not be fully effective. Communicating with related persons to make sure that corrections are carried out. Implementation of corrections as decided. Observing things to make sure that corrections have had the intended effect and have not produced any side effects. Acting further to correct the non-conformity if it is still not corrected. And communicating with other relevant interested parties as appropriate. However, corrections alone would not essentially prevent repetition of non-conformity. Corrective action can occur after or in parallel with corrections. Let me tell you the subsequent process step which should be taken. The organization needs to decide if there is a requirement to hold out a corrective action in accordance with established criteria. Example, impact of the nonconformity, repetitiveness. Review of the nonconformity, considering if similar nonconformities are recorded. All the results and side effects caused by the nonconformity. The corrections taken. Execute a detailed root cause analysis of the nonconformity, patterns, and criteria which will help to find similar situations within the future. Perform an analysis of potential consequences on the service management system, considering whether similar nonconformities exist in other areas. Example, by using the pattern and criteria found during the cause analysis. Determine actions needed to correct the cause, evaluating if they are proportionate to the results and impact of the nonconformity, and testing for any potential side effects which can cause other nonconformities or major new risks. Finally, to assess the corrective actions, to work out whether or not they have actually handled the explanation for the nonconformity and whether it has prevented nonconformities from occurring. This assessment should be impartial, evidence-based, and documented. It should even be communicated to the acceptable roles and stakeholders. So friends, this was explanation of subclause 10.1. non-conformity and corrective action. And now coming to mandatory documentation requirements under subclause 10.1. The subclause 10.1.2 states that the organization shall retain documented information as evidence of the nature of the non-conformities and any subsequent actions taken and the results of any corrective action. Now, let me discuss subclause 10.2, Continual Improvement. ISO 20001 2018, clause 10.2. Continual improvement specifies that an organization maintains its service management system and the services constantly to ensure that it is appropriate for purpose, adequately comprehensive, and effective. Continual improvement is a key aspect of the service management system in the effort to achieve and maintain the suitability, adequacy, and the effectiveness of the service management system as it relates to the objectives of the organization. Organizations with operational service management system must continually attempt to improve their management system. It is difficult for organizations, not their context, to remain static. Moreover, the risk to service management system as well as the methods of misusing them are rapidly evolving. Eventually, there is no service management system that can remain perfect. It must act at a constant pace of improvement. However, an organization's context and internal dynamics, eventually, there is no service management system that can remain perfect. It must act at a constant pace of improvement. However, an organization's context and internal dynamics remain the same. Continual improvement is just not a requirement of a service management system, but it's a need of every organization. To illustrate non-conformity or risk-related improvement, an analysis of service management system components based on the adequacy, suitability, and effectiveness criteria may show that the component exceeds service management system requirements or it's incompetent. Changing the management system can often improve the service management system. Now, where from to get the improvements? Improvement can come from a number of sources, including internal and external audits, output from management reviews, incidents, suggestions, including those from interested parties, etc. Suggested improvements should be considered but do not need to be implemented. The organization selects those improvements it feels add value to the service management system. Suggestions from internal and external auditors also do not need to be implemented but should be considered. Timeframes for implementing agreed improvements are set by the organization. Now, let me give you some tips to achieve improvement. To improve, conduct external audits regularly, conduct regular and proper management reviews, implementing suggestions from interested parties into the service management system according to their discriminations, maintaining a record regarding whether the organization is following regulatory policies or not, reconsidering service management system controls, matching organizational activities to ISO 20001 requirements. The top management can also set objectives for continuous improvements. The top management can also set objectives for continuous improvements, such as measuring effectiveness, cost, or process maturity. Service management system is considered as a critical component of business operations. To stay current with developments, the service management system is periodically reviewed to ensure its functions is effective and is consistent with the organization's objectives. The assessment can also include an overview of the efficiency of the service management system and the components of its resources, evaluating whether their usage of resource is appropriate, if there is a possibility of productivity loss or opportunity to achieve greater effectiveness. Area of improvement can also be identified while managing non-conformities with corrective actions. Once areas of improvement are identified, the organization should be consistent in maintaining them by evaluating them to determine whether or not they are worth pursuing. By planning and implementing the actions to deal with the opportunities, confirming that benefits are realized and non-conformities do not occur, or should plan for corrective action for non-conformities by evaluating the effectiveness of the actions. So friends, this was explanation of subclause 10.2, continual improvement. And now coming to the mandatory documents requirements under subclause 10.2. Subclause 10.2 states that the organization shall document the opportunities for improvement to meet out the requirements of the standard. So friends, now we have reached at the end of this session. I hope that you have an idea about ISO 20001 2018 Service Management System. I sincerely thank you all for your interest and attention. Thanks and best wishes.